Good morning and welcome to the 35th meeting of the Education, Children and Young People Committee in 2025. The first item on our agenda is consideration of subordinate legislation, the Disclosure Scotland Act 2020, Commencement Number 6, Consequential Amendment, Saving and Transition Provision, Regulations 2025. The instrument is being considered under the negative procedure. Do members have any comments to make about this instrument? No. Is committee agreed that it does not wish to make any recommendations in relation to this instrument? That is agreed. Our next item today is continued consideration of the Stage 2 of the Tertiary Education and Training Funding and Governance Scotland Bill. Can I welcome back Ben Macpherson, Minister for Higher and Further Education, to the meeting along with his supporting officials. I remind members that the officials seated at the table are here to support the Minister but are not able to speak in the debates on amendments. Members should therefore direct their comments or questions to the Minister. During the meeting, we'll also be welcoming a number of non-committee MSPs who are attending for part or all of the meeting today to speak to their amendments and to participate in the groups. I now move to our next group, and I call Amendment 94 in the name of Stephen Kerr, group with amendments as shown in the grouping. Stephen Kerr to move Amendment 94 and speak to all amendments in the group. Mr Kerr.
Good morning, Convener. Good morning, Minister. Good morning, colleagues. I am indeed speaking to Amendments 94, 96, 97, 98, 99, 100 and 119 in my name. And these amendments all relate to the funding of Scottish apprenticeships and work-based learning, an area which is absolutely central to whether this bill succeeds or fails in its practical purpose. The bill, as introduced, moves large responsibilities from Skills Development Scotland to the Scottish Funding Council, yet it does so without providing the clarity, transparency or accountability that such a transfer demands. I have lodged these amendments to correct that deficiency and to ensure that the new funding system is coherent, credible and oriented towards Scotland's long-term economic needs. At the heart of these amendments lies a clear principle. A skills system cannot function if the funding that underpins it is opaque, unstable or poorly aligned with the needs of learners and employers. Apprenticeships and work-based learning thrive when funding mechanisms are predictable, when they encourage participation, when they incentivise high-quality provision. They falter when funding is inconsistent or unresponsive. The bill, as drafted, risks the latter. These amendments taken together aim to secure the former. Amendment 94 introduces a requirement that a person aged 16 to 24 who is not in full-time education or employment is offered access to a publicly funded apprenticeship or work-based learning opportunity. I believe this amendment speaks to a moral obligation that we have to ensure that every young person in Scotland has equality of opportunity. Far too often, our education system focuses on university as the gold standard. It often forgets about those who are not academically inclined. This amendment provides a clear legal right to equality of opportunity. It shines a light on those who have fallen through the cracks in our education system and provides a hand up, not a hand out. Yes, of course.
John Mason.
I thank the member for giving way. When he says publicly funded Scottish apprenticeship, does he mean therefore in the public sector? And would that mean that, for example, local authorities would have to provide any number of apprenticeships?
No, I think I'm referring to the mechanism by which these places are funded, rather than where those places actually are located, either in the public or the private sector.
Would the member give way again then?
Yes.
I thank the member for giving way. But we couldn't insist on the private sector creating apprenticeships if they didn't want them or need them. So it would therefore fall to the public sector to provide these?
Stephen Kerr.
I think John Mason will find that there is a great demand for apprenticeships. Currently, that demand is being unmet. I think if you listen to employers, as I'm sure John Mason has, they are crying out, particularly in the SME sectors of the economy, which is a huge element of the Scottish economy, as we all know. More people work in the SMEs than work in large-scale businesses. And they are desperately keen to bring on apprenticeships, particularly young people. So I don't think there's a question about whether the demand exists. It's whether we have the will or accept the moral responsibility we've got to provide the provision where public funding is required, and that's what my amendment does. And Amendments 96, 97 and 98 build on this commitment of equality of opportunity. with Amendment 96 ensuring that the Council must ensure apprenticeships include pathways targeted at A, unemployed persons, and B, persons seeking a career change, and C, persons at risk of labour market exclusion. Amendment 97 obliges the Council to promote and support school-to-work pathways, including school-college partnerships, foundation apprenticeships, and work-based learning for senior-phase pupils. Amendment 98 requires the Council to take steps to expand the range and number of graduate apprenticeship frameworks, and in doing so prioritise sectors experiencing skill shortages. These amendments are targeted specifically at those who are either left out or at risk of being left out of the labour market. They are targeted to reduce economic inactivity and, crucially, ensure equality of opportunity across the board. And as members will have detected in my remarks, I have a commitment, as I'm sure you do, to the concept of creating more equal opportunity in our country, in our economy. Amendments 99 and 100 strengthen the link between funding and quality. They require ministers and the Council to ensure that funding does not simply support provision, but supports provision that is fit for purpose and capable of delivering meaningful outcomes. We recognise that apprenticeships are not simply another educational pathway. They are a contract of sorts between the state, the learner, and the employer. When that contract is honoured, productivity rises, job prospects improve, and the system commands public confidence. When funding is detached from quality, the entire system risks mediocrity. These amendments provide a safeguard against that outcome. Amendment 119 addresses the long-standing problem of volatility in apprenticeship funding. Too often in Scotland, the availability of places fluctuates unpredictably from year to year. We've seen that particularly in the last 2 or 3 years. And that creates uncertainty for employers and learners alike, along with everyone else in that particular ecosystem. Apprenticeships require continuity. Businesses must know if they plan to invest in new talent that the system will support them. And my amendment requires ministers to consider stability and continuity in funding so that the apprenticeship system can grow rather than lurch from one year to the next. I'm bound to point out that in respect to the current amount of money raised and then allocated to Scotland through the apprenticeship levy every year, we're spending nothing like the amount of money that's designated for apprenticeships, on apprenticeships in Scotland currently, to the tune of hundreds of millions of pounds. Now, taken together, these amendments reflect a coherent view of what a modern, effective funding system must look like. It must be transparent, predictable, and aligned with economic need. And as I responded to John Mason earlier, there is undoubtedly genuine demand for apprenticeships. And so pulling these amendments together in respect to the bill, it's all about providing high-quality provision that equips Scotland's workforce for the future. And these are principles that my party, the Scottish Conservatives, have championed consistently throughout the scrutiny of this bill. And they are principles that will make the legislation better. And I know the Minister well enough to know that his motivation will be to make the legislation work better. Convener, apprenticeships and work-based learning are not peripheral concerns. They're central to Scotland's productivity, competitiveness and opportunity. If the funding system is weak, the entire structure weakens with it. And that's why the amendments in my name in this group of amendments seek to strengthen the bill and provide it with reinforcement, because I believe that it urgently needs that reinforcement if the bill is to mean anything. And I invite colleagues to support amendments 94, 96, 97, 98, 99, 100 and 119.
Thank you. And can you move Amendment 94?
Yes, I move Amendment 94.
Thank you. I call Jackie Dunbar to speak to Amendment 9 and other amendments in the group. Ms Dunbar.
Thank you, Convener. I'll keep my speaking brief. My understanding is that the term work-based learning is intended to cover all types of activities currently undertaken as foundation apprenticeships. However, the current definition of work-based learning in the bill would not cover all foundation apprenticeships. Only SCQF Level 6 necessarily includes learning in a working environment, which is a key aspect of the definition in the bill, whereas Levels 4 and 5 are limited to experiences like challenge projects based on a scenario from the employer but conducted in a school or college. The SFC already has powers to fund learning in a college environment, but the SFC has no powers to fund education or training in schools, and it is intended that all current foundation apprenticeships, including school-based, will be secured by the SFC. To ensure a smooth transition on day one, my amendments 9 and 10 ensure that the SFC can fund work-based learning in schools in the same way as SDS does now, and for that reason I hope members can support them. Can I also add that I've spoken to the Food and Drink Federation Scotland, who are supportive of my two amendments, and I believe the Universities of Scotland has written to you, Minister, asking for clarity on whether my amendments would include, or if you've envisaged that my amendments would include the graduate apprenticeships, would they be included, or would that be something that would have to be taken forward in stage 3? If you can maybe answer that if possible, and then that can...
Minister.
I'll come to that in my remarks. Jackie Dunbar, if that's okay.
Thank you very
Thank
much.
you.
And
I
move my amendments in my name.
Thank you. I call on Miles Briggs to speak to Amendment 95 and other amendments in the group. Mr Briggs.
Thank you, Convener. Good morning, members, Minister and your officials. My Amendment 95 adds a new definition of workplace learning. The amendment makes it clear that foundation apprenticeships are included within the statutory definition of work-based learnings. Amendments 102 and 102 set out amendments to ensure good practice in local authorities is taken into account and for the Council to engage with our local authorities. Amendment 103, as I outlined last week, Scottish Conservatives hope this bill could be an opportunity for a culture shift across our education and skills system and the current working relationships with the college sector as part of the wider tertiary sector to be more collaborative so that colleges are empowered to become drivers of change rather than merely recipients of funding, and empowering our college sector to deliver opportunities in their local areas and drive forward economic growth. The SFC's report, Financial Sustainability of Colleges in Scotland 2020 to 21 to 2025-26, recognises the worsening financial health of Scottish colleges. However, unless the SFC is ultimately given the power to address the financial sustainability of our college sector, the current position, I believe, is unlikely to change. Audit Scotland have also evidenced that the college sector has seen a 17% reduction in real terms funding in the 3 years between 21 and 25, and has resulted in colleges now having to deliver significant annual recurrent savings that will have a material impact on learners and these institutions. So my Amendment 103 provides for the delivery of Scottish apprenticeships or work-based learning through a college-first presumption with a minimum of 75% share of grants, loans and other payments being made directly to Scottish colleges in the public sector or a college consortia. Amendments 110, 111 and 112 change the definition of training provider by replacing the word person. Yes.
I'm Duncan Glancy.
I thank the member for taking the intervention, and I'd hope to get in just on the point on 103, if that's okay. Yep. Can the member explain the 75% and what the current split is, just so we can get an understanding of that figure?
Miles Briggs.
So this amendment has I brought forward working with Colleges Scotland to look towards that would be what they would expect to be able to deliver capacity from, obviously leaving 25% for other providers as well within the sector. So that would be the transfer, obviously, of additional apprenticeship work, and I'd hope a growing capacity. On a number of visits I've done, I've heard, especially in parts of the economy like here in Edinburgh, the opportunity for more collaboration between businesses. So other amendments I've brought within the bill would also provide additional funding resource for colleges as well to supplement that. But the construction sector, for example, is crying out for more people to be trained. Edinburgh College told me they could take 3 times what they're currently training, and the sector's desperate for that. So this would be a minimum level of 75%, and then addition opportunities I would hope the college sector could raise. We realise I have a lot of amendments in this group, so I'll try to make a bit more progress. In terms of 110, 111 and 112, these change the definition of training provider from person to registered company or accountable body. Amendment 111 creates a mechanism for colleges to act, obviously as the lead delivery partner for Scottish apprenticeships and work-based learning in their region when they receive funding under Section 12J. And taken as a package, I think these amendments ensure that our colleges are formally enabled and required to act as leader delivery providers, securing their role rather than leaving management wholly to training providers. The minimum percentage floor therefore ensures that a guaranteed share of modern apprenticeships is anchored in our college sector, thus I believe preserving capacity, aligning the college infrastructure to what's needed and maintaining local access. My amendments 104, 105, 106 and 107 specifically look towards the role of SMEs in providing training opportunities, looking towards dedicated access to grants, loans and other payments for them to be able to deliver Scottish apprenticeships. Also reflects economic priorities of Scottish ministers and for the bill to have regard to the skills needs in different industries as well. There's a number of amendments in relation to reporting requirements around transparency and accountability, and I move Amendment 95 in my name.
Call Willie Rennie to speak to Amendment 30 and other amendments in the group. Mr Rennie.
So my 4 amendments, I've been working together with Select, Scotland's Electrical Trade Association, and the 4 amendments do this. Number 30 specifies that Scottish ministers may make provisions for grants, loans or payment to managing agents for delivery of Scottish apprenticeships or work-based learning. 31 adds a reference to managing agent alongside training providers in a line on the SFC making grants for apprenticeships and work-based learning. 32 is consequential and 33 adds the definition of a managing agent. Now, the purpose of these amendments is to address what has been quite a controversial debate through the scrutiny of this bill, and that's the role of managing agents. And I know Mr Adams had a particular concern about the margin, the profitability that some of those managing agents are claimed to take. But I think this amendment is what it's trying to do is to rebalance the discussion, because managing agents do have an important role to play within a strict set of rules, and therefore they should be specified on the face of the bill to make sure we can provide assurance for those who are providing a very good service in order to enhance the role of skills development and work-based learning in Scotland. They undertake a variety of different roles, including offering pre-employment assessments to all applicants, arranging the enrolment of apprentices and adult trainees to 22 colleges across Scotland, coordinating and timetabling courses at colleges, providing teaching materials, paying college fees and providing training support to apprentices and employers. So they do play an important role. I'm keen to explore the response from the Minister on this to see if these amendments are necessary or whether he can provide me with assurances about the role of managing agents, good managing agents.
Thank you. I call the Minister to speak to Amendment 11 and other amendments in the group. Minister.
Thank you, Convener. And I would say even the dialogue so far this morning speaks again to the strong alignment that there is across the Parliament and across the committee to improve the system that is working very well for many others, for many just now, but could work even better for many others. And I look forward to continued constructive engagement on that through the remainder of the process of this bill. This is quite a large group, so I would be grateful for colleagues' patience as I work through them. First of all, Convener, my Amendment 11 is a technical amendment and responds to SDS's written evidence to this committee at stage 1 of the bill. SDS raised the question of whether the bill provisions limited training providers from generating any profit in the course of their business, providing training for the delivery of national training programmes or apprenticeships. The policy intention is that legitimate and proportionate profit is not to be prohibited and the initial bill provisions were not intended to limit or imply this, hence why we are bringing Amendment 11. My Amendment 12 allows the SFC to limit managing agent fees, and during the Stage 1 evidence sessions, managing agents set out how they used the funding they received. And one managing agent outlined to the committee that they retained 40% of their funding. And I know that this was of particular concern to Ross Greer, and also George Adam raised the matter last week, and other members of the committee are interested in this matter as well. I recall Ross Greer's own Amendment 51 in regard to this in Group 4. There is a need for managing agents, and they are an established part of the skills system, but I acknowledge that issues can arise from the proportion of fees some of them retain when securing the delivery of training through subcontractors. I want to ensure that as much public funding goes to the frontline delivery of education and training as possible, and therefore under Amendment 12, the SFC must determine the appropriate percentage that a managing agent may retain and make that a condition of funding. I think that this is a proportionate approach that balances the legitimate costs of managing agents with the need to use public money wisely. I also believe it provides the flexibility to respond to individual contracts and practice in a way that setting a number on the face of primary legislation simply wouldn't. So I encourage members to support this Amendment 12. Convener, I also want to address Ross Greer's comments made last week that the drafting of my Amendment 12, in his view, with respect, was he said it was vague. In short, I would argue that it isn't. It is drafted with a deliberate and clear intention, just one that takes a different approach to his amendment, and I hope he'll be open to that. Amendment 12 deliberately gives discretion to the SFC to respond to individual circumstances rather than setting a cap in primary legislation, which, even with an ability to change that by regulations, would be arbitrary and inflexible. Amendment 12 also provides that any subcontractors used to deliver training have to comply with criteria for what makes a training provider in the bill, and is then deliberately framed to stipulate that no training provider is entitled to retain more than the reasonable fee. That framing is designed to close down the possibility of a provider getting around the restriction by creating some kind of artificial train to pass along the funding, or claiming that a subcontractor isn't actually a training provider in the true sense, so gets a higher percentage. For all those reasons, I encourage members to support and vote for my Amendment 12 in preference to Ross Greer's 51, and hope that's helpful for him too. Moving on, the purpose of Amendments 30, 31, 32 and 33 in the name of Willie Rennie, which I listened carefully to what he just said in moving them, appear to be similarly concerned with the matter of limiting managing agent fees. And I believe that my Amendment 12 will do this in a proportionate way without requiring additional complex regulations that may not allow for appropriate flexibility. The SFC, in my view, is best placed to assess what is reasonable in the context of particular arrangements. I would ask him not to press these amendments, but I would be happy to engage with him further in our dialogue ahead of Stage 3, and a note that he has had engagement with Select on these provisions, and I'd be keen to hear more in due course about their concerns through engagement with Willie Rennie. Moving on, I support Amendments 9 and 10 in the name of Jackie Dunbar. Her amendments ensure that work-based learning encompasses all types of activities and learning that currently constitute foundation apprenticeships. I want to take this opportunity to stress that the use of the term work-based learning in the bill does not, of course, seek to diminish or devalue or do so in any actual terms what we currently know as foundation apprenticeships. We in the Scottish Government remain committed to increasing the skills of Scotland's young people through work-based learning. It's very important, as I argued in the last session. I listened carefully to the inquiry about graduate apprenticeships. So, first of all, we we want to enable universities will be able to provide work-based learning as appropriate, and current similar arrangements for graduate apprenticeships will be available. The bill is adding options, and a university could deliver work-based learning and be funded to do so under Section 5. Graduate apprenticeships will be covered by the Scottish Apprenticeship definition, not work-based learning. Officials have engagement with University Scotland next week, and we will have more discussion with them on that. Certainly will, yes.
Willie Rennie.
If he's finished with Jackie Dunbar's amendment. My amendments on 30, 31, 32 and 33 are actually not about limiting fees. It is about having a special recognition for managing agents that currently doesn't exist, is what their concern is. They want managing agents on the face of the bill. I don't know whether the Minister can address that point or whether he would like to have a discussion afterwards.
Minister.
So I'm aware that a managing agent is a training provider in the bill, but I would be interested also in further engagement. I really value training providers and managing agents in the current system and the important role that they play. I appreciate Mr Rennie has had constructive engagement ahead of lodging these amendments, and as part of our dialogue ahead of stage 3 I would like to listen more on these points, but I'd be grateful if we could take that time to have more discussion. Okay, moving on, there are a number of amendments in this group which relate to a number of other amendments in this group which relate to foundation apprenticeships and work-based learning. Amendment 95, in the name of Miles Briggs, brings reference to foundation apprenticeships into the definition of work-based learning, which is already designed to include them, and better so with amendments 9 and 10, I would argue. So adding the proposed definition in Miles Briggs' amendment in 95 is potentially confusing and risks unintended consequences to introduce provision for foundation apprenticeships when we already have provision for work-based learning, and therefore I would encourage him not to move that. And we've also had discussion about how we don't want to have foundation apprenticeships as a term on the face of the bill. There are also a number of amendments which replicate existing legislative requirements on the SFC to have regard to various matters at Section 20 of the 2005 Act, or collaborate with various bodies at Section 22. These include Amendment 100 in the name of Stephen Kerr, Amendment 102 in the name of Miles Briggs, Amendment 106 in the name of Miles Briggs, duplicates provision in Amendment 47 in the name of Ross Greer, which I intend to support when we get to that group, Amendment 107 in the name of Miles Briggs, Amendment 109 in the name of Pam Duncan-Glancy. I do not consider it necessary to duplicate the current requirements. However, if members do press their respective amendments, I will undertake to review what is covered by Section 20 of the 2005 Act and consider their respective issues ahead of Stage 3. There are other amendments that make provision in legislation which, in my view, are better handled administratively. I agree with the spirit of these amendments, but putting these matters in legislation limits the ability for future governments to change tack and adapt to different circumstances, or for flexible and agile operation by the SFC. These amendments include Amendment 101 in the name of Miles Briggs, requiring the SFC to take account of good practice. It is unclear what that good practice is or where it derives from, and we would expect the SFC to do this in practice and how it operates anyway. Amendments 104 and 105 in the name of Miles Briggs concerning SME grants are matters for terms and conditions of grant funding and or guidance from Scottish ministers, and Amendment 115 in the name of Miles Briggs in respect of cost-benefit analysis and equalities impact assessments, which are anyway a requirement for new policies, so that's already catered for and considered. I am, however, sympathetic to Amendment 116 in the name of Miles Briggs, but it is not needed. Transparency and accountability and cost effectiveness in the delivery of work-based learning will be central principles. Where it is necessary to say anything additional about these, this can be done through guidance or the Scottish Minister's terms and conditions of grants to the SFC. Again, Amendment 1 conditions of grant to the SFC. Pardon me. Again, Amendment 120 in the name of Daniel Johnson is best dealt with as an administrative matter. It is not appropriate for legislation to spell out in detail all the matters which should be covered in the SFC's annual report. This is one important matter, but there are many others of equal importance. Moving on, there are also a number of amendments which attempt to protect expenditure on apprenticeships and work-based learning. The proper place to determine budgets is through the budget process and in the Scottish Budget Bill. Amendment 34 in the name of Willie Rennie in effect duplicates the Scottish Budget Bill process and process of autumn budget revisions and spring budget revisions, in which money is moved from one budget line to another. The bill includes specific powers for ministers to provide grants to the SFC to support apprenticeships and work-based learning. The bill provisions also expressly require that such grants issued by the Scottish ministers are to be administered by the SFC only for those specified purposes. The Scottish ministers set out their high-level priorities for the SFC through the annual letter of guidance. Together, these make clear the purposes for which the SFC must use the funding provided to it. Amendment 10... Yep.
Stephen Kerr.
Minister, I understand the uncertainty that creates about how apprenticeships will be funded. If effectively you're saying it's all top line and directional, and then there's an envelope of money that's given to the SFC, there's nothing to say that they will spend that money one way or another. They may spend money in each of the areas you've designated as a minister, but that doesn't mean that we're going to see consistency and of funding. And that will undermine the whole apprenticeship system, such as it is currently.
Minister.
I would refer back to what I said about the letters of guidance, but also what's already been discussed through the stage 2 process around the Apprenticeship Committee and how that will help direct how the SFC considers the deployment and implementation of the funding through to apprenticeships. There's a bit more to come on those points, so if Stephen Kerr can just bear with me. Amendment 103 in the name of Miles Briggs requires 75% of any grants made by SFC for Scottish apprenticeships and work-based learning to be made to colleges of further education. This would represent a significant change of emphasis from the current model where the majority of training is provided through independent training providers. Whatever the rights and wrongs of the distribution of funding between the public and private sector, it would not be appropriate to set a limit in legislation. We come back to the same point as before on flexibility. As it stands, the amendment would make it difficult for a smooth transition to the SFC on the 1st of April 2027 as well. Turning now to other topics covered in the group. Amendment 94 in the name of Stephen Kerr seeks to ensure that every young person between the ages of 16 and 24 who is not in full-time education or employment is offered access to publicly funded Scottish apprenticeship or work-based learning opportunities. While I understand why Stephen Kerr has brought this amendment to seek to be useful and bring an addition to the bill in that way, it would, however, be very difficult for any government to guarantee this. This is not least as it depends on there being employers and sufficient jobs, apprenticeships and work-based learning opportunities available. Note the exchange between John Mason and Stephen Kerr. I appreciate there is significant demand at the moment, but we have to legislate in a way that caters for the circumstances of the future as well as the short term. Again, I am supportive of the principles behind Amendment 96 in the name of Stephen Kerr, providing pathways for unemployed persons, people seeking to change careers and people at risk of being excluded from the labour market is entirely sensible. However, making this selective provision cuts across the overarching duty on the SFC to secure coherent provision. A similar argument applies to Amendment 97. Amendment 98 in the name of Stephen Kerr seeks to ensure that steps are taken to expand the range of graduate apprenticeships and frameworks. This might be the right approach in practice, but we would not want to constrain ourselves in primary legislation. It might be more efficient in future to have fewer broader frameworks rather than a proliferation of frameworks, for example. It may also be, hypothetically, that a broad framework that covered the health professions was preferred over a number of frameworks covering individual professions. So we have to create that capacity for flexibility. Again, I share the ambition behind Stephen Kerr's Amendment 99 to see a year-on-year growth in the number of apprenticeships. However, it is important to note that there are a number of constraints on the number of apprenticeships that Government and Parliament simply cannot control, including employers being willing to take them on. In a recession, businesses may be reluctant to hire, and it may be harder to secure the number of apprenticeship starts, for example. Yep.
Stephen Kerr.
But does the Minister accept that there's currently unmet demand, quite a lot of unmet demand, and especially in the SME sector?
Minister.
And does he also understand that there are currently hundreds of millions of pounds cumulatively that have been passed to the Scottish Government as part of the block grant that come under the heading of the apprenticeship levy money that are not being spent on apprenticeships at all?
Minister.
So on the apprenticeship levy, we'll discuss that in later groups. It's not the scenario that Stephen Kerr sets out. It's more complicated and challenging than that. So on the apprenticeship levy, I will make comment later on that specifically. In terms of the unmet demand, I acknowledged in the Chamber last week in answer to a general question that there is unmet demand, and one of the reasons why we're taking through this primary legislation is in order to have a better arrangement to meet that unmet demand in the period ahead. I would also point to the support for the bill from the Federation of Small Businesses, who of course represent many of those in the SME sector, who are very supportive of the bill because the current system is more challenging is quite challenging for some of our SME businesses. So we want to improve the system for our SMEs, and that is one of the strong reasons why I think this bill is the right thing for Parliament to do, to pass it. So I look forward to Stephen Kerr's support at the end of stage 3. On that, just more widely, I appreciate that Stephen Kerr and I did not engage ahead of stage 2, although I sought obviously engaged with all members of the committee. If Stephen Kerr would like to engage ahead of stage 3, I would be happy to facilitate that and listen to him. If I may move on, Convener. In terms of Amendment 108, I do not believe that this, in the name of Miles Briggs, would have any effect. The SFC would anyway have to specify the amount of grant going to local authorities when they make a grant to local authorities. The bill gives ministers the power to set out the criteria for a person to be a training provider in regulations. Currently, SDS funds a broad range of training providers. Sometimes the employer is the training provider. An Amendment 110 in the name of Miles Briggs would potentially preclude some employers and other forms of training providers. Amendments 111, 112 and 118 in the name of Miles Briggs are also attempting to delegate the SFC's duty to secure Scottish apprenticeships and work-based learning to colleges, and to do this on a regional basis. They allow colleges to act as managing agents and attempt to restrict the managing agent fee they can retain. The bill does not prevent a college from acting as a training provider and therefore a managing agent. This would be a very significant departure from current arrangements and would lack the statutory processes and safeguards which apply to the SFC in managing funding. There is also a danger that there is not coherent provision across Scotland. I am supportive of creating a strong regional partnership, as I know Miles Briggs is exercised about, but I believe that can be done within the existing provision of the bill and the 2005 Act, and therefore, with respect, I'm not able to support the amendments that I've just spoken to. Amendment 113 in the name of Daniel Johnson embodies reasonable points around value for money, transparency and fair work practices. However, it is not clear if this amendment would exclude colleges, given that they are public sector bodies. It is also not clear how the SFC would assess what constitutes value for money and what mechanisms would be used to assess transparent spend. In any event, it is likely that to prescribe fair work practices in this way would be beyond the legislative competence of Government and Parliament, as we discussed last week with regard to other amendments. I agree with the intent behind Amendment 114 in the name of Pam Duncan-Glancy, and would ask her not to press her amendment so that I might consider the framing ahead of stage 3 in terms of amending section 20 of the 2005 Act.
The Minister, forgive me, taking intervention.
Pam Duncan-Glancy.
Yeah.
I thank the Minister for taking that intervention. And if it's okay, it's on Amendment 113. I was just pulling up the exact detail of it. And whilst I appreciate the conversation from last week around fair work practices, does the Minister accept that there must be some way of determining whether the money leaving the government and the public purse going to any organisation can be seen clearly and transparently to provide value for money, the organisations are adopting fair work, and that it's transparent on what it does? And if not this amendment, how does the government plan to assure that?
Minister.
So I thank Pam Duncan-Glancy for her amendment, and she and other members will recall that Amendment 75 in Group 73, Amendment 73 in Group 5 covered very similar ground. This was subject to some discussion and challenge from Pam Duncan-Glancy last week, as well as her intervention just now. My reasons for resisting Amendment 113 are very similar for resisting Amendment 73. As I said last week, the general principles of value for money, fair work practices and transparency are of course important to the Government as they are to members of the committee. However, it is likely that to prescribe fair work practices in the way as set out in these amendments, including 113, would be beyond the legislative competence of the Scottish Government and the Scottish Parliament due to the reservation. Last week I said I would not necessarily give an undertaking to lodge a similar amendment at stage 3, but I undertook to be open-minded and to have further engagement with Pam Duncan-Glancy on the wider issues in Amendment 73, and that applies in respect of Amendment 113 as well. I would like to just make some progress, if that's okay. Thank you. Moving forward, the reform that we are taking forward to the skills landscape does not anticipate skills planning as something for the SFC to lead on. Amendment 117, in the name of Miles Briggs, preempts the priorities to be determined by the new skills planning function within the Scottish Government. It would also not be appropriate to name particular sectors on the face of the bill, not least as these may change over time or equivalently important sectors may come to the fore. Again, Amendment 119, in the name of Stephen Kerr, gives the SFC a role which is not for them. They are to secure provision. It is for the Scottish Government to assess labour market demand and skill shortages with other public bodies. Excuse me. I believe that Amendment 35, in the name of Willie Rennie, is also effectively recreating the Scottish Apprenticeship Advisory Board. The Apprenticeship Committee in the bill is designed to take on the SAB's functions. Therefore, this additional board would duplicate the work of the Apprenticeship Committee and complicate the landscape. However, I also refer back to the discussion that we had last week between Willie Rennie and I on considerations ahead of stage 3 with regard to there being further industry involvement. In conclusion, Convener and members, you'll be glad to hear, in short, other than Jackie Dunbar's amendments, for the reasons I've given, I, the Scottish Government, cannot support any other amendments in this group. But as with every other group, I thank members for their constructive engagement, and I'm happy to keep an open mind on the question of funding for apprenticeships ahead of stage 3. So therefore, in conclusion, I ask the committee to support Amendments 9 and 10 from Jackie Dunbar and my own amendments 11 and 12, and not to support the other amendments in the group. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I ask, there's clearly interference which we're trying to sort out. Are members content that we continue, or is it too distracting for them? We're okay? That's fine. I move to Pam Duncan-Glancy to speak to Amendment 109 and other amendments in the group. Ms Duncan-Glancy.
Thank you, Convener. Good morning, and good morning to the Minister. Forgive me, I know I've already intervened and spoken and not said that yet. Good morning also to the Minister's officials and other members of the committee. Amendment 109 in my name says that work-based learning or foundation apprenticeships must be delivered collaboratively with employers, local authorities and schools, and have regard to the attainment gap, post-school destinations and rural and transport barriers. Andrew Ritchie from Aberdeenshire Council, when given evidence to this committee, said that moving foundation apprenticeships from the apprenticeship family to an as-yet undefined work-based learning course posed a risk that foundation apprenticeships will be no more. East Ayrshire Education Service said the bill and I quote, endangers the provision of school-based qualifications and effectively places them solely in further education domain. John Vincent of Colleges Scotland said that it would be an enormous loss if foundation apprenticeships, particularly SCQF Level 6, lost their status as a result of the measures in the bill. Many other amendments on this issue on foundation apprenticeships were not supported by the government that I had brought. This amendment is, I guess, a backstop. It ensures that, at the very least, that those delivering foundation apprenticeships and local authorities and those receiving them will be involved in future decisions on them. It is, as I say, a backstop, and in the absence of supporting any other amendments, I'd like to hope that the government can support this amendment, which ensures and protects foundation apprenticeships within the legislation, guaranteeing that the experts in delivering them and local authorities, education services and colleges are involved in future development of them. 114, Amendment 114 in my name, says that the Council must have regard to the needs of small and micro businesses in the work that it does. Again, when we've taken evidence on the bill, one of the main concerns, one of the many main concerns about the bill was that it didn't deliver for trade, for industry, for businesses. And one of the ways in which I'm seeking to address that is in Amendment 114. And I appreciate the Minister's comments on the not necessarily needing to put this in legislation, but as we know and as we've seen in recent years, if something isn't statutory and in primary legislation, when the going gets tough, it usually has to get going. And that's why I think it is incredibly important to put this on the face of the bill. Convener, if I may now move to talk to amendments in my colleague Daniel Johnson's name. Amendment 113 ensures that if public money goes to private and independent providers for in-work learning or apprenticeships, that we require for the public pound value for money, fair work as standard and transparency on spend. It also requires that we publish the shift in that funding. So if it's moving from public sector provision, it can be absolutely clearly and transparently seen. I take the Minister's points about an agreement that value for money is important, that fair work is important and that transparency is important. But I defer him again to my comments about if it is not on the face of the bill, we run the risk of it not being done in a system that is already particularly stretched. All this amendment is seeking to do is to say that when public money is being spent, if it's going to a private provider, we want value for money. We want to ensure that they're adopting fair work practices. And the Minister noted that we're setting out what, I think the words particularly were something along the lines of, we're setting out what fair work practices would be. That's not what this amendment says. This amendment merely says that we would adopt fair work practices. That's not something that the government should see as a surprise or news. It's something that the government themselves mention and talk about a commitment to. And if they are committed to it, I'd urge them to support the Amendment 113 in the name of Daniel Johnson. Amendment 117 in the name of Daniel Johnson places a duty on the SFC to expand modern work-based earn and learn routes, including graduate levels, which is why I'll say at this point as well we would support this particular amendment over others seeking in this group seeking to do the same thing. But it talks about doing so in shortage areas like NHS, care, net zero, digital and planning. Such programmes, we know, have been slow to adapt and exclude major public service gaps like NHS roles. And this amendment, I think, future-proofs this so that we can address some of the significant skills gaps and workforce gaps in key areas that we know Scotland needs in the future. Amendment 120, in my colleague Daniel's name, requires the SFC's annual report to include information on the amount of funding provided to employers and training providers for the purpose of delivery of Scottish apprenticeships, including in relation to each framework, the level of funding provided for an individual Scottish apprenticeship. We know that, and we've heard, that the contribution rates are frozen, including in plumbing and other industries. Stakeholders fear that inside the Scottish Funding Council, apprenticeship money could become the easiest pot to raid. And SMEs will just stop taking on apprenticeships in that circumstance. Amendment 117 in Daniel Johnson's name seeks to address this. Happy to take the intervention from the Minister.
I just say that I've heard this misnomer about apprenticeships not being a priority for the SFC should Parliament pass this bill and it be implemented. I just want to underline again this government's commitment to providing apprenticeships with a record level of apprenticeships, on apprenticeships at the moment, and an intention to seek to enhance that provision. And as I talked about earlier, the letter of guidance will set ministerial priorities. So it will be up to Scottish ministers to stipulate the priorities of the government. So I just would urge colleagues to be cautious about insinuating that apprenticeships won't be a priority for the SFC, because there's no evidence of that.
Pam Duncan-Glancy.
I thank the Minister for that intervention. And this is not saying that they wouldn't prioritise it. This is recognising that the SFC are quite busy with other fires they need to fight, including in universities and colleges across the country. And people can only do so many things at one time. And in the Minister's letter to committee, I'll finish this point, then I'm happy to take the Minister in. In the Minister's letter to the committee, he sets out that future responsibilities of the redesigned funding body will not be in place until, I think it says here, they aim to launch the new capability by April 2029. The Minister in his letter goes on to say SDS would provide a time-limited managed service for 2 years beyond April 2027, giving the SFC time to build and prove the new system while protecting continuity for learners and providers. The Minister's own letter to committee recognises that the SFC are not ready. If the SFC were ready, the government wouldn't be considering what option to delay the rejig of Quangos. I'll take the Minister's intervention.
Minister.
Well, I think the language used there at the end by Pam Duncan-Glancy again is unhelpful. I mean, I know it's a good line for a press release, but this is about making serious institutional change to improve our system based on the recommendations of the Withers report and more broadly, in order to meet the needs of the modern economy and the needs of learners and enhance the opportunities by funding both apprenticeships, colleges and universities through the same institution, who, as was rightly emphasised, will be a redesigned institution which will incorporate many of the staff from SFC, which we've talked about earlier, particularly in the Stage 1 debate in the Chamber, the importance of their role and their expertise and how much their contribution is valued now and will be in the redesigned model. And the point around safe transfer of powers, the SFC will be ready for the 1st of April 2027. It's the new IT system.
I'm sorry, Minister. I know you're intervening on Ms Duncan-Glancy. I'm going to suspend this because there are now too many noise coming in all different directions. So I suspend this meeting. And Bill, I don't know what you pressed there, but it made it worse anyway. So. Okay, welcome back. And the Minister was midway through his intervention on Pandunk and Glancy, so apologies for having to suspend at that point. We have sorted out the background noise and we go back to the Minister during his intervention.
Thank you, Convener. I would just clarify that the SFC will be ready from the 1st of April 2027. The points that Pam Duncan-Glancy references are to do with the new IT system with regard to 2029. I don't want to make any further comments in terms of amendment. I know Pam Duncan-Glancy, like I, wants to make the skills system as good as possible, and look forward to hearing more on our amendments. Thank you.
Pam Duncan-Glancy.
I thank the Minister for the intervention and for the recognition about the desire to make the system better. I think one of the comments that is in the letter to the committee from the Minister talks about the need for more due diligence on the implications and risks associated with the options in terms of the transfer prior to making the final decision on how the IT system will be transferred across to SFC. And I take the point that the Minister makes that it is about an IT system, but ultimately I think it's also fair to say that the IT system in question is pretty integral to the delivery of apprenticeships. The point, I think, is this, that Amendment 120, in the name of Daniel Johnson, requires the SFC to report on the amount of funding provided, including in relation to apprenticeship frameworks, the level of funding provided for the individual Scottish apprenticeship, and seeks to address the concern around contribution rates being frozen and stakeholders worrying that this could all be lost within an organisation that is currently got a lot else on, and, as the Minister has said in his own letter, will require time to be able to do this. And so I think Daniel Johnson's amendment seeks to protect some of that process, make it very transparent, and also help people to understand where money is changing hands, including to employers and training providers. Before I conclude my remarks, it's just, if the convener will allow, it's just to note that there are many other amendments in this group that we will support. And where we don't, it is likely not that the intention of the amendment, and there's too many to name in the interest of time, is not one we support, but is likely because we have amendments in either my name or Daniel Johnson's name that seek to do something very similar. And on that note, Convener, thank you.
Thank you very much. I call on Stephen Kerr to wind up and press or withdraw Amendment 94. Mr Kerr.
Convener, thank you. The Minister's right, of course. We haven't had the opportunity to discuss my amendments before we meet in the committee, stage 2, today. And I'm quite anxious to engage with the Minister on these issues, because at the heart of them is the concern that I have, and I know is shared across all parties, that there is currently a disparity of esteem between those post-school routes that a young person particularly might take. I mean, there are broader issues that I raise in my amendments as well, but at the heart of my concerns is a baked-in inequality with which different groups of young people are being given different amounts of backing in terms of public funds in particular. And that has discriminated, in my view, in favour of universities. There's already a strong, predominant feeling in the country, which I feel is misplaced, that going to university is the be-all and end-all of leaving school. That's clearly not the case, particularly in the age of the apprenticeships that we now enjoy, including those that we describe in Scotland as graduate apprenticeships, which I believe are misnamed, by the way. They're really degree apprenticeships, because the idea they're not for graduates, they're for undergraduates. And I've raised that point before. And at the root of this is my dissatisfaction, personally, and I think, again, this is shared by many other people in all parties, with the description that we currently use to describe positive destinations, that it's an inadequate measurement. It's a very, very short-term follow-through, I think maximum about 9 months. There's variable degrees of what one might call positive destination. I feel it's an inadequate way of describing post-school experience of our young people. And for all of those reasons, but basically my ongoing concerns about inequality of opportunity for young people, in fact, inequality of opportunity across society, that I brought these amendments. Now, because I've not had the opportunity, Convener, to meet with the Minister and discuss these in detail, and because I believe there is some mileage in these amendments that I think we should explore, I'm actually not going to press any of the amendments that are in my name in this group on the basis that I will meet with the Minister, have a discussion with him, see what scope there is for some common ground, and then reconsider these amendments at stage 3.
Thank you. Stephen Kerr seeks to withdraw Amendment 94. Does any member object? No member objects. Amendment 94 is withdrawn. I call Amendment 9 in the name of Jackie Damar, already debated with Amendment 94. Jackie Damar, to move or not move?
Move.
The question is that Amendment 9 be agreed to. Are we all agreed?
Yes.
We are agreed. I call Amendment 10 in the name of Jackie Damar, already debated with Amendment 94. Jackie Damar, to move or not move?
Move.
The question is that Amendment 10 be agreed to. Are we all agreed?
Yes.
I call Amendment 95 in the name of Miles Briggs, already debated with Amendment 94. Miles Briggs, to move or not move?
Thank you, Convener. I've listened to what the Minister's had to say in relation to all the amendments in this group, and I think it's quite telling that all colleagues have tried to bring forward different aspects of what we'd hoped was going to be in the bill. I still believe we are missing a vision for our college sector as part of this bill. Happy not to move these sets of amendments, but for stage 3, really need to see that from government, and happy to have more conversation around that. So not moving 95.
I call Amendment 30 in the name of Willie Rennie, already debated with Amendment 94. Willie Rennie, to move or not move?
Not move.
I call Amendment 96 in the name of Stephen Kerr, already debated with Amendment 94. Stephen Kerr, to move or not move?
Not move.
I call Amendment 97 in the name of Stephen Kerr, already debated with Amendment 94. Stephen Kerr, to move or not move?
Not move.
I call Amendment 98 in the name of Stephen Kerr, already debated with Amendment 94. Stephen Kerr, to move or not move?
Not move.
I call Amendment 99 in the name of Stephen Kerr, already debated with Amendment 94. Stephen Kerr, to move or not move?
Not moved.
I call Amendment 100 in the name of Stephen Kerr, already debated with Amendment 94. Stephen Kerr, to move or not move?
Not moved.
I call Amendment 101 in the name of Miles Briggs, already debated with Amendment 94. Miles Briggs, to move or not move?
Not move.
I call Amendment 102 in the name of Miles Briggs, already debated with Amendment 94. Miles Briggs, to move or not move?
Not move.
I call Amendment 31 in the name of Willie Rennie, already debated with Amendment 94. Willie Rennie, to move or not move?
Not move.
I call Amendment 11 in the name of the Minister, already debated with Amendment 94. Minister, to move formally?
Moved.
The question is that Amendment 11 be agreed to. Are we all agreed?
Yes.
We are agreed. I call Amendment 32 in the name of Willie Rennie, already debated with Amendment 94. Willie Rennie, to move or not move?
Not move.
I call Amendment 103 in the name of Miles Briggs, already debated with Amendment 94. Miles Briggs, to move or not move?
Not move.
I call Amendment 104 in the name of Miles Briggs, already debated with Amendment 94. Miles Briggs, to move or not move?
Not move.
I call Amendment 105 in the name of Miles Briggs, already debated with Amendment 94. Miles Briggs, to move or not move?
Not move.
I call Amendment 106 in the name of Miles Briggs, already debated with Amendment 94. Miles Briggs, to move or not move?
Not move.
I call Amendment 107 in the name of Miles Briggs, already debated with Amendment 94. Miles Briggs, to move or not move?
Not moved.
I call Amendment 108 in the name of Miles Briggs, already debated with Amendment 94. Miles Briggs, to move or not move?
Not moved.
I call Amendment 109 in the name of Pam Duncan-Glancy, already debated with Amendment 94. Pam Duncan-Glancy, to move or not move?
It moved.
The question is that Amendment 109 be agreed to. Are we all agreed?
No.
We are not agreed. There will be a division. Those in favour of Amendment 109? And those against? Thank you. The result of the vote on Amendment 109 is yes 3, no 7. Amendment 109 is therefore not agreed to. I call Amendment 33 in the name of Willie Rennie, already debated with Amendment 94. Willie Rennie, to move or not move?
Not move.
I call Amendment 110 in the name of Miles Briggs, already debated with Amendment 94. Miles Briggs, to move or not move?
Not move.
I call Amendment 111 in the name of Miles Briggs, already debated with Amendment 94. Miles Briggs, to move or not move?
Not move.
I call Amendment 112 in the name of Miles Briggs, already debated with Amendment 94. Miles Briggs, to move or not move?
Not move.
I call Amendment 12 in the name of the Minister, already debated with Amendment 94. Minister, to move formally?
Moved.
The question is that Amendment 12 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. We are agreed. I call Amendment 113 in the name of Daniel Johnson, already debated with Amendment 94. Pam Duncan-Glancy, to move or not move?
Move.
The question is that Amendment 113 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? We are not agreed. There will be a division. Those in favour of Amendment 113? And those against? Thank you. The result of the vote on Amendment 113 is yes, 4, no 6. Amendment 113 is not agreed to. I call Amendment 114 in the name of Pam Duncan-Glancy, already debated with Amendment 94. Pam Duncan-Glancy, to move or not move?
Move.
The question is that Amendment 114 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. We are not agreed. There will be a division. Those in favour of Amendment 114? And those against? Thank you. The result of the vote on Amendment 114 is yes, 4, no 6. Amendment 114 is not agreed to. I call Amendment 115 in the name of Miles Briggs, already debated with Amendment 94. Miles Briggs, to move or not move?
Not move.
I call Amendment 116 in the name of Miles Briggs, already debated with Amendment 94. Miles Briggs, to move or not move?
Not move.
I call Amendment 117 in the name of Daniel Johnson, already debated with Amendment 94. Pam Duncan-Glancy, to move or not move?
Move.
The question is that Amendment 117 be agreed to. Are we all agreed?
Yes.
We are not agreed. There will be a division. Those in favour of Amendment 117? And those against? Thank you. The result of the vote on Amendment 117 is yes 1, no 9. Amendment 117 is not agreed to. I call Amendment 118 in the name of Miles Briggs, already debated with Amendment 94. Miles Briggs, to move or not move?
Not move.
I call Amendment 119 in the name of Stephen Kerr, already debated with Amendment 94. Stephen Kerr, to move or not move?
Not move.
I call Amendment 120 in the name of Daniel Johnson, already debated with Amendment 94. Pam Duncan-Glancy, to move or not move?
Not moved.
Okay, the question is that Section 5 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. We are agreed. I call Amendment 34 in the name of Willie Rennie, already debated with Amendment 94. Willie Rennie, to move or not move?
Not moved.
I call Amendment 35 in the name of Willie Rennie, already debated with Amendment 94. Willie Rennie, to move or not move?
Not moved.
Okay, we move on, and I call Amendment 121 in the name of Daniel Johnson, grouped with Amendments 122, 123, 125 and 126. Pam Duncan-Glancy, to move Amendment 121 and speak to all amendments in the group. Ms Duncan-Glancy.
Thank you, Convener. Amendment 121 in the name of Daniel Johnson, and I move it in his name, is about transparency. The Scottish Government state that they don't receive a breakdown of the levy collected since the years 2020 to 2021, but it is possible to calculate that the Scottish Government receives more from the levy than it spends on skills and interventions. Scottish levy-paying firms cannot easily see how their levy is being used. Some fear they're being shortchanged. This amendment says that as soon as reasonably practicable after the end of each financial year, Scottish ministers must publish and lay before the Scottish Parliament a statement setting out the amount of funding received in that financial year as a result of the apprenticeship and skills levy. Amendment 122 in the name of Daniel Johnson. Yes.
John Mason.
I thank the member for giving way. Is it not a fundamental principle of devolution that when we get money from Westminster, we can use it as we see fit? I mean, there wouldn't be any point of devolution if we just copied exactly what England did all the time.
Pam Duncan-Glancy.
I thank the member for his intervention, and he's quite right, of course. That is what devolution's about. But we don't hear the Scottish Government saying that they've got too much money to spend on skills, therefore they're choosing to spend it on something else. What we hear them say is that they don't have enough money to support colleges. They don't have enough money to deliver apprenticeships for every young person who has the grades to get them and get a space in them. So when they say that, it's important for us to understand the transparency of their thinking rather than hide behind the devolution settlement and blame other people as they usually do. Happy to take an intervention.
John Mason.
Is it not the case that the Government has been quite clear that child poverty and the health service are two high priorities, and that is where we have prioritised the money, and therefore inevitably everything else has to slide down slightly?
Pam Duncan-Glancy.
I thank the member for that intervention, but I'm not sure that the ministers in the Government have been quite as clear, in fact, as John Mason has, that he considers priorities such as colleges and skills to slide down. And actually, I think that could be a surprise for people, well, not a surprise for people working in colleges or not receiving education through colleges and other areas because they're not accessing it because the funding has been cut by 20% over a significant number of years, but would be a surprise to people who think the Scottish Government pretend to say that these things are indeed a priority. Politics is about priorities, and I think this amendment seeks to identify and help people to understand what the priorities of the government are at any given time. Happy to take the intervention.
Stephen Kerr.
Would Pam Dunglancy agree that part of the way we tackle the health challenges we have as a country and also the child poverty that John Mason mentions is by investing in the people of Scotland through skills and education and training, the very things that are supposed to be the focus of our bill?
Pam Dunglancy.
I thank the member for that intervention, and I wholeheartedly agree. We've got skills gaps across the economy and across the public sector, and we cannot meet them and therefore deliver on priorities of the government, such as the NHS, if we do not skill a workforce in order to do it. And I think members will have an opportunity to tease out more of this particular issue in the debate this afternoon. Amendment 122, in the name of Daniel Johnson, states that funding from the levy must be used for the purposes of securing the delivery of skills training, including apprenticeships and initiatives for upskilling and reskilling. Speaking to that point, which is if any other priorities of a government requires a workforce, and a workforce requires skill. And that is why I think it is crucial that levy-paying employers can see where the money is gone, so that they can understand and influence, indeed, the way that it is spent. Now, I would say that that influencing has to be done within the parameters set by some of the previous amendments that, sadly, the government benches weren't able to support around value for money, fair work and transparency. But nonetheless, what this amendment is seeking to do is to make it much clearer so that organisations who are paying in can see where the money is and how much is being spent on skills. It's also important for the public to understand what the government is spending their money on. And transparency hasn't been, I'm sorry to say, a key feature of this current government. And so this amendment would seek to help deliver that. Amendment 125, in the name of Daniel Johnson, requires the government to maintain skills spend as a separate budget line, distinct from the SFC's education spend, to increase transparency by making clear in the budget how much is to be spent on delivery of skills initiatives. Amendment 126, in the name of Daniel Johnson, places an explicit duty on Scottish ministers to set annual targets for growth in skills development programmes started, skills development programmes involving small SMEs, and skills development programmes where the person undertaking the programme is over the age of 25 years, the number of skills development programmes for the specified shortage sectors. This, again, is about helping to understand, not just so that we can expose gaps in a particular government's priority, but actually so that we can expose gaps and understand them in industry, in trade and in the public sector. Because if we don't collect that and if we don't understand what those gaps are, then we continue to find sectors struggling to recruit, struggling to meet demand and having to recruit from elsewhere. And that is what these suite of amendments seek to do. They seek to make the spending more transparent, to help with workforce planning and to ensure that the priorities of the Scottish people are delivered through a skilled workforce by ensuring that the legislation requires that there's transparency on how that spend is delivered. And on that, I close my remarks.
Thank you. I call Miles Briggs to speak to Amendment 123 and other amendments in the group. Mr Briggs.
And as Pam Dunglancy's just outlined on behalf of Daniel Johnson, my Amendment 123 I brought forward to try to secure stronger transparency around the apprenticeship levy. And it's quite clear, following money raised from businesses in Scotland from that levy through our training system is not easy. The apprenticeship levy is a UK-wide tax on employers and is collected by HMRC. It came into force in 2017 and is set at 0.5 on the employer's annual wage bill and is collected across the whole of the UK. But the way funds are used differ. In Scotland, levy receipts go to the Scottish Government via the block grant. However, in England, levy-paying employers access their own digital accounts to spend funds directly on apprenticeships. I think that's an interesting model we could have also pursued. HMRC data shows that at least £875 million was raised by Scottish employers under the apprenticeship levy between 2020 and 2024. However, data shows that only £704 million has been spent on graduate, foundation or modern apprenticeships. in Scotland by either Skills Development Scotland, the Scottish Funding Council or the Student Awards Agency of Scotland. This means that £171 million has been taken from employers in Scotland to fund apprenticeships, but has been diverted elsewhere. Yes.
John Mason.
Thank you. I think we're on the same grounds as I interacted with Pam Duncan-Glancy. Would he also accept that we receive money that is not ring-fenced from London? And, for example, we do not have student fees here, so we need money to go into that sector. So we are choosing, as Scottish Parliament, and his government, if they were ever in, might want to do it differently. But, and the spending of the Scottish Government is absolutely transparent. It's audited, it's clear, we can get information on what is spent. So I would suggest there's no lack of transparency.
Miles Briggs.
Well, I would disagree with that, and the member has always in this committee actually called for more financial accountability around resources. I take it his argument is he believes £171 million has been diverted by ministers to different priorities without maybe being transparent over the fact that...
Would you give
yes,
member give way? I mean,
John Mason.
I disagree with his term diverted. Money coming from Westminster is not for a particular purpose. And if we spend more on the health service, or we do not charge student fees, or we put more into the environment, or whatever we do, that is not diverting money. That is just our making a different choice.
Miles Briggs.
And that's where my amendment would actually make ministers outline the fact that the amount of money which they receive, which has come from employers, let's remember, who are expecting that money to go towards the people they need to run their businesses, has been spent elsewhere. The transparency around that, I think, would be fair for government to say, actually, child poverty is our #1 priority, and we're going to use that money instead of helping you and your business to fund our priorities. I would be happy if ministers were willing to be that transparent. We just don't have that at the minute, and I think that's what these sets of amendments... Yes. Yeah.
George Adam.
It's just a simple question. Does road tax pay for roads? The answer is it doesn't. Governments make their own decisions. They win elections and they make their own decisions. It's exactly the points that John Mason's bringing up himself.
Miles Briggs.
The establishment of the apprenticeship levy was slightly different. I think every employer, accepting that they would be paying 0.5% of their annual wage bill towards this, expect this to actually go to support them. Many businesses I've spoken to don't access this because they don't have the capacity or the opportunities to actually take on board having more apprenticeships. So I think we're missing... Yes. Yep.
Ross Greer.
I'm grateful to the member for taking an intervention. I'm just aware that the levy was set up by a UK Conservative government which decided, I think quite rightly, not to ring-fence the proceeds of it that they then passed on to the Scottish Government. So Miles Briggs says that employers are paying into this with a certain expectation. Is that not ultimately the responsibility of the last Conservative Government who set up this fund, applied the levy to employers in Scotland, but did not then, I think quite correctly, out of respect for devolution, did not then ring-fence it? Ultimately, this was a policy decision made by a UK government in 2016, and as John Mason has outlined, this Parliament is simply exercising its right to make its own decisions as the people of Scotland voted for in 1997. But his argument that employers have an expectation of how this money is spent is one that I struggle with, because the UK Conservative government made a conscious choice to apply the levy in Scotland, but not to require that the proceeds of it were ring-fenced. That was his party that made that decision, was it not?
Miles Briggs.
So I think that's respecting devolution. I think where this bill needs to actually deliver more is that transparency here in Scotland over these funds. And if we don't have that, then we will consistently have employers saying, where's that money gone? And I think all of us as parliamentarians should be wanting greater transparency around this. I've consistently raised my concerns for the need for that greater transparency. Last week, I asked the Deputy First Minister in the Chamber this very question. She stated she's not against, the Scottish Government is not against more transparency or scrutiny around the apprenticeship levy. So I'm surprised by some governing party members seem to be on this committee. But I'm pleased this amendment and the amendments in Daniel Johnson give the committee and give Parliament an opportunity to try to make sure we do have greater transparency. That's why I've lodged Amendment 1, 2, 3 in my name. Open to any of these amendments to make sure that this bill, at the end of the day, actually delivers a framework where the reporting on the apprenticeship levy and how it is spent in Scotland is more transparent than it currently is. And I move Amendment 1, 2, 3. And, yes, sorry.
Pam Duncan Glancy.
Forgive me, Convener, for sneaking in as the member was concluding. Can I just check one of the lines in the member's amendment? So it's subsection 2B, the persons to whom such funding has been allocated. Is it the member's understanding that the report would break down the spend to that level of detail, or does the member mean persons as in a training provider as opposed to an individual? Pam Duncan Glancy did this apprenticeship, for example.
Miles Briggs.
So the amendment, as it's drafted, makes sure that we capture all the apprenticeship levy spend. I'm open to work with government to look at wording on that, and the officials advised me to include that wording so that all apprenticeship levy would be captured, and it wouldn't therefore be smaller subsections of funding not being therefore included as well. And with that, finally, I move Amendment 123 in my name.
Thank you. I call the Minister.
Thank you, Convener. So, with regard to Amendments 121 and 122 in the name of Daniel Johnson, as has been stated by Pam Duncan Glancy, these amendments are seeking greater transparency around both receipt of the funds received from the UK Government's apprenticeship levy and how that is spent by Scottish ministers. And I've listened carefully to Pam Duncan Glancy and Miles Briggs, and then the interventions from John Mason and George Adam and Ross Greer. And I think it's been important to be, as I've also listened carefully in my tenure in this role thus far, to the voices of business on these matters, and for years heard as a constituency MSP on these matters too. So, and in good faith, I think this is an important discussion. I and the Government would like to also have more clarity on the exact amount that the Scottish Government receives under this levy, but in reality that is out of our control. Since 2020-21, Scotland has received a Barnett Formula share of the UK Department of Education's apprenticeship levy funding via the block grant, as other members have emphasised. The Scottish Government does not receive a specific allocation of the apprenticeship levy revenue, so we cannot directly link funds raised from the apprenticeship levy to any funding stream. With that said, I think it's also important to emphasise that because of the way that HMRC and the UK Government therefore shares information, it would simply not be possible to implement Amendments 121 or 122 from Daniel Johnson, or the annual reporting requirement in Amendment 123 in the name of Miles Briggs. I'm ready to give way to
Miles Briggs.
I thank the Minister for taking this intervention. In preparing for this committee session, and given what has been reported around a figure of £875 million being raised, does he recognise that figure and the figure I've put on the record of just £704 million actually being spent by his government agencies on apprenticeships?
Minister. As I've said, that there are issues with the way that information is shared, and we are hopeful that the UK Government, in terms of what they've announced in plans to reform the apprenticeship levy into the growth and skills levy, could provide an opportunity for better information share with the Scottish Government. And my officials are engaging with this process to understand what impacts these changes to the levy may have for Scotland. So for all the reasons I've set out, I cannot support Amendments 121, 122 and 123, and would ask committee to reject them should they be pressed. With regard to Amendment 125 in the name of Daniel Johnson, the allocation and specification of funding is properly the purpose of the annual Scottish budget process, as was emphasised by John Mason, George Adam and Ross Greer. And that is the better place to deal with it. And I would encourage Pam Duncan Glancy on behalf of Daniel Johnson to engage with that process and make the case for specific funding to be allocated for skills development there. Amendment 126 requires ministers to publish annual targets for growth and skills development programmes. And whilst having annual targets might seem helpful, we in the Government do not want to only focus on meeting prescribed targets, but rather being flexible and meeting skills demand where they arise. So I'm afraid I cannot support this amendment either. And while I understand the motivation behind all of these amendments, I would urge members to exercise caution on what we put into the primary legislation, which would be binding on successor governments and parliaments. What matters now may not be quite so much in the future. It may be that the approach to the levy changes it may be that the approach to the levy changes. It may well be that we do not receive a Barnett share in the future, and we have to consider how to fund apprenticeships ourselves. So there's a lot of potential for change. And it may make sense to set targets for skill shortages or an older age group now, but that might be less relevant in the future. And where targets are set, that implies funding following those targets, which in future could mean money flowing away from priorities of the time. Requiring specific separation of funding might seem sensible, but it limits the ability for flexibility and for recipients of funding working in skills, education and training to optimise how they use their shares. In short, there may well be unintended consequences from all amendments, for all or any of the amendments in this group. And while I understand why members have laid them, I hope they also appreciate why passing them would not be useful. I therefore encourage Pam Duncan-Glancy on behalf of Daniel Johnson and Miles Briggs not to press their respective amendments, and should they do so, I ask members to vote against all amendments in this group.
And you're finished, Minister?
Yes.
Yeah. I call on Pam Duncan-Glancy to wind up and press or withdraw Amendment 121. Ms Duncan-Glancy.
Thank you, Convener. And I've listened carefully to the Minister, and I just respectfully disagree. I think the amendments are useful. They're about transparency. They're helpful to foster understanding and a social contract between people who are receiving the skills, people who are needing the skills, people who are paying for the skills. That, I think, is incredibly important. And to say that they're not useful in that respect, I think is quite disappointing. On the point around the inability of the government to determine how much is raised in the skills levy in Scotland and then therefore how much is spent in it, I just can't accept that it is beyond the wit of either government, either the UK government or the Scottish government, to do this and to make it happen. I think this is about the will to make it happen, and I don't think there is one from the Scottish government, because again I think that would be far too transparent for them, and that's what this is trying to address. So I don't accept the Minister's responses on that, and so on that basis, Convener, I will move the amendment.
Thank you. The question is that Amendment 121 be agreed to. Are we all agreed?
Yes.
We are not agreed. There will be a division. Those in favour of Amendment 121? And those against? Thank you. The result of the vote on Amendment 121 is yes 4, no 6. Amendment 121 is not agreed to. I call Amendment 122 in the name of Daniel Johnson, already debated with Amendment 121. Pam Duncan-Glancy to move or not move?
Moved.
The question is that Amendment 122 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? No. We're not agreed. There will be a division. Those in favour of Amendment 122? And those against? Thank you. The result of the vote on Amendment 122 is yes 4, no 6. Amendment 122 is not agreed to. I call Amendment 123 in the name of Miles Briggs, already debated with Amendment 121. Miles Briggs to move or not move?
I think it's important to note Conservative, Labour and Liberal Democrat members are trying to achieve a framework around more transparency, and the Minister hasn't outlined whether or not that's something he would take forward with us or not. So I will move 123, and hopefully at stage 3 we can improve on this.
The question is that Amendment 123 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? No. We're not agreed. There will be a division. Those in favour of Amendment 123? And those against? Thank you. The result of the vote on Amendment 123 is yes 4, no 6. Amendment 123 is not agreed to. We move on, and I call Amendment 124 in the name of Daniel Johnson, grouped with amendments as shown in the groupings. Pam Duncan-Glancy to move Amendment 124 and speak to all amendments in the group. Ms Duncan-Glancy.
Thank you, Convener. Amendment 124 in the name of Daniel Johnson sets out that the Council must secure that providers of high quality training and learning may continue to receive payments from the Council on the same basis as post-16 education bodies, and that require a formal transition scheme so that no learner-employer is stranded mid-programme. Amendment 196 in Daniel Johnson's name requires ministers to lay a statement before the Scottish Parliament to set out the anticipated costs of transferring apprenticeship functions and confirming that the funding for delivery of apprenticeships will not change as a result of the transfer. And a note on both of those points, the Minister's letter to committee dated 24th of November, where the Minister outlines that transfer costs are again upgraded by the tune of approximately £2 million. I note that in the letter to the committee on the 24th of November, the Minister sets out that no decision has been taken about some of the transfer associated with this bill, including on IT, as the Minister has set out earlier on, and that one of the options suggests that this will not complete till 2029. Everybody wants this system to work for the end users, the learners and the people who need the skills and the people who deliver them. That is what these amendments seek to do. It's disappointing, however, that it would appear that yet again we have a bill coming before Parliament where the diligence to get the systems right, including the cost of transferring staff, etc., which I haven't touched on yet, have yet to be put in place, and that we're now looking at delays in commencement as a result of it. That's disappointing, and one would expect that a bill of this sort, with the end user at, if the end user is, of course, the Minister's focus, would have already addressed some of these issues, but it appears we've got a bill that isn't quite ready or fit for purpose. I'll speak to other amendments in this group in my name now. Amendment 198 requires engagement with trade unions on the transfer of functions of staff, restructuring or material changes to terms and conditions. They must have formal joint groups and share information, and the ministers must report it to Parliament. Fairly, I think, standard, and would protect the staff who work in these organisations who, when I've spoken to them, are not just worried about the great inertia in the system as a result of the structural change that the government is proposing, but do also worry about the lack of consultation and engagement in the process to date to make sure that their rights and conditions are protected. So this amendment seeks to ensure that happens. Amendment 200 requires that ministers set out a pre-implementation report, which is, of course, crucial because of the uncertainty that we've heard from trade unions in particular, but others too. Unison, PCS and others have highlighted to members individually and to committee as a whole. Amendment 119 requires the Scottish Government to set out the functions and roles that are due to transfer. If committee don't want, if they don't want to do this in advance, then at the very least it sets out that they have to do it. If the government doesn't want to do it in advance, it says they have to do it as soon as possible after royal assent to give some level of stability to staff who are essential for the system to work, working day in and day out for this to happen, but don't yet know whether they will be working for one organisation or another, or indeed whether they'll be working in SDS under a managed contract with the SFC, because the system is not quite ready to transfer. Amendments 208, 209, 211 and 210 require that regulations on staff and functions transfer can only happen after the consultation, after a pre-implementation report and a statement on the uninterrupted processes and, crucially, uninterrupted provision of apprenticeships. Convener, and I'll close my remarks there.
Thank you. I call Miles Briggs to speak to Amendment 197 and other amendments in the group. Mr Briggs.
Thank you, Convener. Earlier, the Minister suggested that he felt amendments were criticising the Scottish Funding Council, and I don't agree with that characterisation. I think these are a set of amendments brought forward again by myself, Pam Duncan-Glancy and Daniel Johnson, are more in relation to concern for the delivery and expansion of apprenticeships. And the potential for that to be lost in translation as part of this bill. And my Amendment 197 is straightforward. During the committee evidence sessions, it became clear that the major concern has been expressed around the financial implications of the transfer of responsibilities under the Act. My amendment therefore creates a new transitional measures part after section 17, requiring the Scottish Ministers to provide Parliament with financial transparency about the implementation of the Act as soon as is reasonably practicable after royal assent. Ministers must lay before Parliament a statement outlining the financial implications of any transfer functions resulting from the Act. I believe this and other amendments can ensure Parliament's fully informed of the financial impact of moving 59 responsibilities under the Act to the SFC. And I hope also can provide a check for Parliament to ensure we do not see any unintended consequences or potential reduction in the delivery and facilitation of apprenticeships, which should be our greatest concern. As I am concerned, this bill could create more of a pause in our apprenticeship system as they come to terms with changes. So that is why I've tabled Amendment 197 in my name, which I move.
Thank you. I call the Minister.
And absolutely appreciate that committee members are right to be focused on the matters which are set out in these amendments and how important transition will be should the bill pass and be the will of Parliament. And I am as keen as colleagues are to keep costs under control, to keep staff engaged and make sure that they know they're valued, to keep track of progress and to ensure no disruption to current service provision, rightly emphasised, including by Miles Briggs just before me. The question together is how to do this best. And ironically, creating lots of statutory obligations can have the opposite effect to that which is intended, and it can generate additional and unhelpful administrative demands and associated costs. I am, however, pleased to support Amendment 197 in the name of Miles Briggs. This is a really sensible and pragmatic approach to updating the Scottish Parliament on the financial implications of any transfer of functions related to this bill, and I will need to consider coming back with an amendment at stage 3, potentially to finesse the wording, as the bill does not actually transfer any functions directly. But I'm happy to support Miles Briggs' amendment 197 at this point and thank him for bringing it. With regard to all other important points made by colleagues, including Pam Duncan-Glancy, with regard to Group 10, I would contend that they are best handled administratively, so I cannot support any other amendment in this group. I would be more than happy to commit the Scottish Government to updating the committee on a regular basis on progress with implementation on the matters covered by the amendments, and I hope this commitment would be sufficient to encourage members not to press their respective amendments apart from 197, as I emphasised. One reason why it is better to handle these matters administratively is because we do not want to lock ourselves into an approach to consultation, engagement or reporting which turns out later not to be the best way forward. For example, with regard to Pam Duncan-Glancy's Amendment 198, which makes various provisions for engagement with trade unions, while I absolutely agree this is of paramount importance, it may not be the right thing for ministers to establish formal joint consultation groups. We have to be careful to give the public bodies their proper role in supporting and delivering the changes. The SFC, not the Scottish Government, will be the future employer of any staff transferred from SDS to the SFC. So there are matters upon which it is properly for the SFC to engage with staff and unions rather than ministers. And it will be my clear expectation that the SFC, have a process in place, as well as the SDS, to do so, just as I have been clear with all of the bodies involved in the transition of staff out of this bill, to be engaging meaningfully with their staff throughout the process of taking intervention.
I'm grateful to the Minister and welcome the fact he supports my Amendment 197. There's clearly going to be some conversation with the Minister ahead of Stage 3 around what else can be included and what else letters of guidance must also include. So would he be open to that conversation, including Pam Duncan-Glancy and also Daniel Johnson, to make sure that these elements are also part of that? Because I think that Amendment 197 could be improved and some other aspects of what has been outlined during this debate could also be taken forward with cross-party agreement.
despite the challenge of the festive break and between stage 2 and stage 3, I'm very committed, as I hope has been clear from the last weeks, to having strong and constructive engagement with all colleagues interested in this bill, and I think it would be useful to have another meeting, as we have between stage 1 and 2 with Miles Briggs and with Pam Duncan-Glancy, and of course I would be open to that, and Daniel Johnson too. But I'm very clear, for the reasons given, that in this group 197 is the amendment that I intend to support and also finesse at stage 3. Just moving quickly to Amendment 124 in the name of Daniel Johnson. This seems designed to provide some certainty of future funding to training providers, which is, again, an admirable aim. It is the Scottish Government's intention to ensure that there is no disruption to service delivery when responsibilities are transferred to the SFC on the 1st of April 2027. A new contract is expected to come into force for training provision on the 1st of April 2027, which will be procured by SDS for handing over to the SFC. But as with any procurement exercise, we cannot guarantee that the same training providers will win the contract. Therefore, I cannot commit to the terms of this amendment, nor, I'm afraid, to any other amendment in this group other than Amendment 97 from Miles Briggs, as I have already indicated. I therefore would ask that Pam Duncan-Glancy, on behalf of Daniel Johnson, does not press Amendments 124 and 196, that Pam Duncan-Glancy herself does not press Amendments 198, 199, 200 and 201, and Miles Briggs not to press his Amendment 202. And if they do so, I encourage members to vote against them. Thank you, Convener.
I call on Pam Duncan-Glancy to wind up and press or withdraw Amendment 124. Ms Duncan-Glancy.
Thank you, Convener. And again, I listened carefully to the Minister, and I don't agree that such matters are best left to be done administratively, because, frankly, they haven't been. And that is why we are seeking, through the amendments that we've proposed, Daniel Johnson and myself in this group, to put that into statute, because the Government and the Minister speaks of intention, but it hasn't happened. The trade unions have not been involved in the process. The staff are worried about what's happening, where they're going to be working, how the provision of this service is going to continue. And so leaving it to administrative responsibility simply isn't enough. And whilst I recognise that the Government isn't directly the employer here, the Government is funding the organisation who is the employer in both accounts, and need to show leadership. And I'm afraid I think that saying that this is best left to an administrative function lacks that leadership. And on that basis, I'll be pressing these amendments.
Thank you. The question is that Amendment 124 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? We are not agreed. There will be a division. Those in favour of Amendment 124? And those against? Thank you. The result of the vote on Amendment 124 is yes 1, no 9. Amendment 124 is not agreed to. I call Amendment 125 in the name of Daniel Johnson, already debated with Amendment 121. Pam Duncan-Glancy to move or not move?
It moved.
The question is that Amendment 125 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? We are not agreed. There will be a division. Those in favour of Amendment 125? And those against? Thank you. The result of the vote on Amendment 125 is yes 3, no 7. Amendment 125 is not agreed to. I call Amendment 126 in the name of Daniel Johnson, already debated with Amendment 121. Pam Duncan-Glancy to move or not move?
Moved.
The question is that Amendment 126 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? No. We are not agreed. There will be a division. Those in favour of Amendment 126? And those against? And those abstaining? Thank you. The result of the vote on Amendment 126 is yes 2, no 6. There were 2 abstentions. Amendment 126 is therefore not agreed to. And I'm going to suspend the meeting at this point for a 15-minute comfort break, and we will reconvene at 11 a.m. Thank you. We'll give it. Okay, welcome back. I call Amendment 127 in the name of Daniel Johnson, group with Amendments 128, 129, 130, 131, 17, 195 and 23. Pam Duncan-Glancy to move Amendment 127 and speak to all amendments in the group. Ms Duncan-Glancy.
Thank you, Convener. Amendment 127 in the name of Daniel Johnson makes provision for the publication of information relating to payments to private independent providers broken down by a Scottish public authority and other bodies, and requires ministers to explain any significant change in distribution and increases or decreases in payments made. This relates to Amendment 113 and 73. The EIS has said on the record and in correspondence that they're alarmed that the student support part of the bill appears to streamline how private and independent training providers could be treated as fundable bodies, and that they were told by drafters this is just a tidying up, that they think it opens a door to diverting skills money from colleges into private provision, who can lift profit overhead with no information transparency. And they can accelerate competition and, as EIS has argued, hollow out college provision in areas like construction, engineering and care. This amendment seeks to address that. Amendment 195, in my own name, sets out that information on socio-economic disadvantage, eligibility for free school meals, care experience and residence in one of the 20% poorest areas is a key factor. And I brought these to add coherence and support into the system, to support articulation and to help bodies target support where it's needed. We know that widening access to all areas of tertiary education is a matter that everyone around this room is keen to address and to focus on, so that people who are furthest from the labour market get the support that they need, and that's what Amendment 195 seeks to address. Thanks.
And can you move Amendment 127?
I can move Amendment 127.
Thank you. I call on Ross Greer to speak to Amendment 128 and other amendments in the group. Mr Greer.
Convener. So Amendment 128 encourages public bodies to be open and proactive in their publication of data. This has been a bit of a hobby horse of mine that John Mason will be familiar with from Finance and Public Administration Committee meetings. So the David Hume Institute did some research on this a couple of years ago, pretty thorough research, and they found it was quite astonishing that it was about £2 billion worth of lost value to the Scottish economy each year because of the huge volume of public data that is not actually in practice available to the public, either because it's not being proactively published or because it is, but it's on a copyrighted website, so it's therefore often essentially unusable for a lot of the purposes people would want to use it for. So as things stand at the moment, the Funding Council, Skills Development Scotland and a number of colleges all have copyrighted websites. There's not a clear rationale for that, but that's the case. So they restrict even the use of the most basic information that they have. Now, to their credit, the SFC have been engaging with my office on this, so they're now looking at adopting the same open government licence that the Scottish Government, some councils and other public bodies use, which is essentially an alternative to traditional copywriting. So, as an example of what that means in practice, any information that's on the Scottish Government's website, other than the government's own logo, their brand, is freely available for anyone else to use for any purpose. It is public information, so it's not copyrighted. The amendment states that the Council and any fundable body that receives payment from it needs to take steps to adopt a proactive approach to the publication of data that's appropriate for disclosure in the public domain, defining proactive as just the routine identification and publication of appropriate information without the need for specific requests, i.e. without the need for information that should be in the public domain to only be obtainable via FOI. What's obviously appropriate for the public domain is going to vary. So universities, for example, are going to have far more commercially sensitive research information. Some information held by Scottish universities is also classified under national security legislation because it's from joint research projects with UK government departments. That's obviously not suitable for the public domain, so thus the flexibility in the amendment. I honestly wish that this was something that we would just expect institutions to do, but despite the efforts of the David Hume Institute, myself and others, uptake of even the Open Government Licence, which I think is the kind of lowest rung on this ladder, has been absolutely glacial. I'm just going to quote from the Institute's report on this. They said, "The vast majority of institutions make no provision for open data, and some have stated vague plans. Universities and colleges play a crucial role in planning the future workforce, understanding population and migration trends, and the development of research." End quote. I think more proactively published data from higher and further education institutions would have a valuable impact on planning for the economy and for businesses. Even at the most basic level, If you take the example of businesses that require the use of meeting rooms, conference facilities, etc. around the country, the fact that most councils and universities and colleges have copyrighted websites means it is not even legal for any organisation to create a central database of all publicly available meeting rooms that can be booked, the capacity of those rooms, the rate that you can book at, etc. Because most of that information is currently held on copyrighted websites, despite that not being remotely necessary. I think it would be much more efficient for the institutions if they didn't have to constantly respond to freedom of information requests, because they were simply proactively putting appropriate publicly available data into the public domain. That's why I've...
Take an intervention?
Yes.
Try and be quite quick. Because of a job that I used to do, I'm quite aware of proactive publication of data, and it's something I always used to encourage. I'm just looking at some of the parts of your amendment here. Was appropriate for disclosure. It seems a bit vague, you know, and if someone's not doing it in best practice or best interest, it might give an open door for those to not publish, might not do what you want it to do.
Yeah, so that's a point that I really kind of wrestled with in drafting of this, because my first instinct was to be a bit more prescriptive, but in particular recognising that, for a start, universities are fundable but not public bodies. I think it's appropriate for there to be greater flexibility. And ultimately, what I am trying to do here is to trust fundable bodies. So primarily we're talking about universities and colleges here. I am trying to place a degree of trust on them that it's a decision for them to make what is appropriate information to put in the public domain. But by putting it in the legislation, we are providing them with a very clear steer that they should be proactively doing this. Because up until this point, they have been encouraged, cajoled, etc., and that's not worked. Now, we might, with colleges in particular, as public bodies, we might have to get to the point of being really quite prescriptive to get them to simply do this. I would suggest that more ministerial direction in this area would be welcome and would perhaps be an alternative to putting it into primary legislation. But that's why I landed on the language I ultimately did here of I want us to set a very clear direction of travel and expectation for these institutions, but without becoming too prescriptive on exactly what kind of information that we're talking about.
Remember, take another small... Again, from past experience, when you encourage proactive publication, sometimes you get accused of the opposite. You're data dumping and making it more difficult for people to find information. So how do you find you get that balance?
Ross Greer.
It is a tricky balance to strike. At the moment, though, in something in the region of 90% of all public data in Scotland is in fact not proactively published. It's not immediately available to the public. So we're clearly not at the tipping point into the data dumping situation as a whole. There might be specific situations, particularly where us cynical opposition members feel that the government has perhaps done a data dump on a Friday afternoon to try and mask something. But I think on the whole, the balance at the moment is clearly skewed massively towards public information not being routinely published and available to the public. The aim of this amendment is to provide a very clear steer that that should be happening routinely without becoming so prescriptive in what should or should not be published that either we force the publication of something that shouldn't be in the public domain or that we get it wrong and give institutions all the excuse they need simply not to publish information that should. So it's always tricky to strike a balance like this. What I'm aiming for here is, as I said, to set clear direction of travel, but ultimately to try and trust the institutions to make a judgment themselves about what is or is not appropriate. But I'll finish there, Convener.
Thank you. I call Miles Briggs, speak to Amendment 129 and other amendments in the group. Mr Briggs.
Thank you, Convener. Amendments 129, 130 and 131 adds training providers to the list of organisations that can be required by regulation to notify the Scottish Funding Council about specified matters. This means that alongside post-16 bodies, training providers involved in delivering apprenticeships or work-based learning could also be brought under the same notification requirements by Scottish ministers. This widens the consultation duty, so it also covers all organisations involved in apprenticeships, work-based learning and national training programmes, not just post-16 education bodies. And these amendments, I believe, would ensure that organisations involved in apprenticeships, work-based learning and national training programmes are formally included in the consultation process. I welcome Ross Greer's amendment and move Amendment 129 in my name.
Thank you. I call the Minister, speak to Amendment 17 and other amendments in the group. Minister.
Thank you, Convener. I will start with Amendments 17 and 23 under my name, which enable data sharing so that our most disadvantaged learners can be identified. During the Stage 1 debate, I indicated that I was cautiously optimistic that I could do something on widening access, and I am therefore delighted to have been able to lodge these amendments. I welcome the committee's interest and recommendation on this at stage 1, and that is what I am seeking to implement through Amendment 17. We know that the Scottish Index of Multiple Deprivation has served us well as an indicator of deprivation to widen access to university. However, it also has its limitations, particularly in terms of providing useful data at a granular level and below postcode level. So this indicator has only taken us so far, and we know that there are young people who have grown up in poverty and whose families and households have experienced social economic disadvantage, but are living outside of the 20% most deprived areas. These are learners who may not be benefiting from our ambition and commitment to widen access, and it feels appropriate to ensure that all potential people for whom our policy on widening access might apply get the opportunity to go to university if that is right for them. Amendment 17 creates a power for the Scottish Ministers by way of regulations to set out the information that must be shared and the information holders and relevant bodies who must share it for the stated purpose. This amendment allows Scottish Ministers to require the sharing of information about learners who belong to identified underrepresented socio-economic groups, and this amendment would mean that these learners can be given a fair chance to progress and succeed in education in the way that is right for them and enables them to fulfil their full potential. Amendment 23 makes these regulations subject to the affirmative procedure, which is appropriate for such significant information sharing and would give the Parliament an appropriate role in scrutinising the secondary legislation. Given the committee's interest and support of the the support of the Commissioner for Widening Access for measures in this regard, I hope that members will support my amendments. Moving on to the amendments in the name of others. First of all, when Pam Duncan-Glancy presented Amendment 127 in the name of Daniel Johnson, she made reference to points that had been raised by the EIS, and I would just refer back to the discussion we had on Group 2 and Amendments 1 and 2, which addressed those points. And from dialogue and dialogue that I've had with the EIS, I know that they were positive about the fact that the government had proactively sought to respond to their concerns that Pam Duncan-Glancy articulated. So Amendments 1 and 2 that we've already discussed have I hope, reassured on those points. In terms of Amendment 127 in the name of Daniel Johnson, I understand the intention behind it and listened carefully to the argument put in his stead by Pam Duncan-Glancy in favour of the amendment. However, the 2005 Act already places a duty on the SFC to publish reports on its activities. The SFC publishes an annual report alongside its accounts, for example, and Amendment 127 duplicates the existing law and is therefore, with respect, unnecessary. However, I undertake to consider what improvements might be made to reporting to ensure that reports meet the needs of members and stakeholders, and this can be done so administratively. Moving to Amendment 128 in the name of Ross Greer, which seeks to give effect to a matter which he raised during the Stage 1 debate in relation to concerns about public bodies having copyrighted websites and restricting access to information. I understand his concern, but again, with respect, we feel that this amendment is unnecessary. I've already highlighted that the SFC already proactively publishes data. I am also concerned that this amendment extends to fundable bodies, which also have commercial considerations and requires them to routinely identify and publish appropriate information, as George Adam highlighted, the vagueness of that definition. I hope, therefore, that Ross Greer can see how challenging it would be for us to make this requirement in law on these bodies, and that it is unnecessary in relation to the SFC. Yep.
Ross Greer.
I'm grateful to the Minister for taking the intervention, and I appreciate the length of time that he's been in this role. This is an issue that I've raised with the government, both in this portfolio but also across the board for a number of years. If the government believes that this doesn't need to be in legislation, why has it not just instructed every public body in Scotland to, at the very least, adopt the same open government licence that the Scottish Government itself adopted some years ago?
Minister.
I thank Ross Greer for raising that more general point, and I have heard him raise the issue many times in the Chamber over recent months and years. if it would be of assistance, I would be grateful if he would give me the opportunity to take that matter away and write to him personally on the more general point, if that would be appropriate. Thank you.
Wait.
I will give way. Yes.
Stephen Kerr.
Going back to the Minister's Amendment 17, particularly 2.6, where it talks about underrepresented social economic groups, etc. Interestingly, no mention in any part of this amendment, but particularly in that part of the amendment, about apprenticeships. Is it not a concern that the Minister has that there may be underrepresented groups, social economic groups, that are unable to access apprenticeships?
Minister.
So, I think I can understand why Mr Kerr has raised that point and share his determination to create greater parity of esteem and opportunities available to all. The widening access considerations with regard to the evidence that was heard and the 2005 Act are concerned about further and higher education. The accessibility of apprenticeships generally, and I think he would agree with me, is more widely available to different social economic groups. However, I take his point, and I would be pleased to consider that further and just have more dialogue on it as part of our discussions that I've already given an undertaking to have.
If you'd allow me just to say that...
Sorry, are you accepting the intervention?
Sorry, yes, I accept the amendment. Thank you.
Stephen Kerr.
Thank you, Convener. The Minister would let me say to be sure about the fair representation and indeed the enhanced equality of opportunity that I think he understands is my objective, it would be good to specifically identify what access issues there are to apprenticeships. Because increasingly, as time goes on, I do believe that apprenticeships are going to be seen as a preeminent, desirable route from school for young people particularly.
Minister.
I share the member's aim that we want all persons of all social economic groups to consider if an apprenticeship is the right pathway for them and have that shift of consciousness in our society to genuine parity of esteem. And I look forward to further discussions on the matter. Moving to amendments 129, 130 and 131 in the name of Miles Briggs, which seek to extend the duty to notify the SFC of matters specified in regulations beyond the post-16 bodies to training providers. Again, it is worth noting that training providers are largely private sector entities supported by their sectors, but which receive public money for specific purposes. It would therefore be inappropriate to extend these provisions to them. They differ from colleges and universities, whom I think we should expect to advise the SFC about matters which might indicate a serious problem at an institution or threat to a number of institutions. Universities, though private sector, are fundable bodies and have the privileges and obligations which that status entails. It would not be appropriate to require the SFC and intern ministers to have oversight of independent commercial operations, and the SFC would not have functions or capacity to do anything with the information. I think we want to guard closely against overreach into business here. Amendment 195 covers similar ground to my Amendment 17, but there are flaws in the drafting of 195. Local authorities are unlikely to have many obligations under the 2005 Act at all, and none of the bodies listed have obligations under the bill itself. Also, no procedure is listed for the regulation-making power. Obviously, I'm sure that the DPLRC would have views on this as well. I support and share the intention behind it, but given my Amendment 17, I would suggest that Pam Duncan-Glancy's Amendment 195 is not required and ask her not to press it. I therefore move my Amendments 17 and 23 and ask members to support them. I would hope that Pam Duncan-Glancy, on behalf of Daniel Johnson, will now not press Amendment 127. If she does, I encourage members to vote against it. I would encourage members to vote against Ross Greer's Amendment 128 for the reasons I have set out. And may I just add, in my response to Ross Greer earlier in terms of correspondence, I may inquire if it would be more appropriate for another minister to write to Ross Greer in that regard, just for clarity, the appropriate minister will be. I will make sure that that correspondence is organised. I would hope that Miles Briggs will now not press his amendment 129, 130 and 131. If he does, I encourage members to vote against them. And as my amendment 17 covers similar ground to Pam Duncan-Glancy's, I hope that she will now not press her amendment 195, but if she does, I encourage members to vote against it. Thank you, Convener.
Thank you. I call on Pam Duncan-Glancy to wind up and press her withdraw Amendment 127. Ms Duncan-Glancy.
Thank you, Convener. I will press Amendment 127, but in light of the Minister's comments about Amendment 195, I will support Amendment 17 in the Minister's name and will not press Amendment 195.
Okay, the question is that Amendment 127 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? No. We're not agreed. There will be a division. Those in favour of Amendment 127? Those in favour of Amendment 127? Thank you. And those against? Thank you. The result of the vote on Amendment 127 is yes 1, no 9. Amendment 127 is not agreed to. The question is that Section 6 be agreed to. Are we all agreed?
Yes.
I call Amendment 128 in the name of Ross Greer, already debated with Amendment 127. Ross Greer to move or not move?
Move.
The question is that Amendment 128 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. Yes. We're not agreed, sorry. Those in favour of Amendment 128? Thank you. And those against? Thank you. The result of the vote on Amendment 128 is yes 5, no 5. As the outcome of the division is tied on Amendment 128, I now use my casting vote as convener in order for the committee to reach a decision. I vote in favour of Amendment 128, so Amendment 128 is agreed to. I call Amendment 129 in the name of Miles Briggs, already debated with Amendment 127. Miles Briggs to move or not move?
Moved.
The question is that Amendment 129 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? No. We are not agreed. There will be a division. Those in favour of Amendment 129? Thank you. And those against? Thank you. The result of the vote on Amendment 129 is yes 4, no 6. Amendment 129 is not agreed to. I call Amendment 130 in the name of Miles Briggs, already debated with Amendment 127. Miles Briggs to move or not move?
Not move.
I call Amendment 131 in the name of Miles Briggs, already debated with Amendment 127. Miles Briggs to move or not move?
Not move.
The question is that Section 7 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. Thank you very much. We move on, and I call Amendment 132 in the name of Miles Briggs, group with amendments as shown in the groupings. I point out that if Amendment 14A is agreed to, I cannot call Amendment 14B due to a pre-emption. Miles Briggs to move Amendment 132 and speak to all amendments in the group. Mr Briggs.
Thank you, Convener. These amendments, 132 to 136, add two new elements that the Scottish Funding Council may examine when carrying out an efficiency study. The first allows the study to look at whether staff needs and interests are being met, including competence around Fair Work principles, as discussed last week. The second allows a study to assess any part of the legislative or administrative framework that shapes how a fundable body is funded or delivers further or higher education. This broadens what the Council can currently review beyond financial efficiency to include workforce conditions and systemic governance factors. As during the passage of this bill and all the committee's work around Dundee University, I think there were a number of areas where the committee wanted to see improvements around that governance and intelligence being made available to the Scottish Funding Council. And as I've previously argued, improved transparency should be central to this bill. And my Amendment 133 provides for a new power to allowing the Scottish Funding Council to carry out formal reviews of any post-16 education body and to compel information from institutions, its accountable officer or committee chairs. Following a review, the Council could publish its findings, require an audit or investigation, mandate training or senior figures. or recommend to ministers that an accountable officer or governing body member be removed. It also allows certain individuals, as defined in section 23B, to request that the council undertake such a review, and the council required to give reasons for its refusal. Amendments 135 and 136 are consequential amendments which widen the scope of monitoring and advice, so it covers organisations involved in apprenticeships, work-based learning and national training programmes, not just post-16 education bodies, to ensure that provisions relating to the monitoring of financial sustainability extend to persons or training providers receiving grants, loans or payments for the purpose of the delivery of training programmes for employment, Scottish apprenticeships or work-based learning. And I move Amendment 132 in my name.
Amendment 13 and other amendments in the group. Minister.
Thank you, Convener. The 2005 Act gives the SFC the power to arrange for efficiency studies in order to improve economy, efficiency and effectiveness in the management or operations of any fundable body. The bill, as drafted on introduction, gave the SFC powers to make recommendations to fundable bodies following an efficiency study. Amendment 13 in my name requires the SFC to consult the relevant fundable body before publishing any recommendations it has issued to a fundable body following an efficiency study. This amendment responds to a concern from University Scotland that the SFC had sole discretion as to whether or not to publish recommendations. For example, publication of some recommendations could raise issues for staff or creditors, and it is possible that the SFC might not be fully aware of these. This requirement gives the institution the opportunity to point out any issues before publication, and I hope that members will agree that this is a sensible addition to the provisions and will support my Amendment 13. Staying with efficiency studies, Amendment 132 in the name of Miles Briggs provides that efficiency studies carried out under Section 15 of the 2005 Act may also include consideration of the extent to which the needs and interests of staff are being met, including in relation to fair work principles, which apply to grants made to and or by public bodies. I support this aim, although the second limit of his amendment doesn't really work to me as drafted. So I am content to support this amendment and hope that Miles Briggs will be content if I make any necessary changes at stage 3. Moving to Amendment 14 in my name, this enhances the powers in the bill for the SFC to monitor the financial sustainability of post-16 education bodies, responding to the recent issues at the University of Dundee. It enables the SFC to secure the carrying out of independent examinations into financial sustainability. The provision also requires the governing body to provide such information and make available for inspection the accounts and other documents as may be reasonably required for the independent examination. I appreciate that this provision might be used. I anticipate that this information might be used where the SFC is unable to obtain the information they require from a post-16 education body, or the SFC is dissatisfied with the information with which they have been provided, and I hope members will be able to support this amendment. Ross Greer has tabled 2 alternative amendments to my Amendment 14. Amendment 14A would render the scope of the independent examination very wide, too wide in fact, and there would be no limit on what the independent examination might look at. I therefore cannot support it. However, his Amendment 14B would enable the examination to examine financial governance as well as financial sustainability. This seems appropriate, and I am happy to support Amendment 14B. Amendment 15 in my name amends the power in the bill as drafted on introduction for the FCC to issue guidance to fundable bodies and any other person it funds. This is in response to the recommendations of the Delegated Powers and Law Reform Committee, which in turn informed this committee's recommendations in your Stage 1 report on the bill. The Scottish Government agrees that it would be helpful to be clearer as to what type of content such guidance might include. The Amendment 15 therefore sets out an illustrative list of the types of matters that the guidance could cover. I want to be clear that it is still the case that the SFC can continue to issue other non-statutory information, including guidance, that they consider appropriate, including in respect to the topics in this amendment. And I hope that this amendment 15 meets members' expectations and that you can support it. There are a number of amendments in this group which, one way or another, require reports, assessments or information to be provided to or by the SFC. Amendments 137 and 138 in the name of Pam Duncan-Glancy would require the SFC to report annually to the Scottish Ministers on the financial sustainability of post-16 education bodies. Amendment 140 in the name of Pam Duncan-Glancy would require the SFC to report on the participation of learners from socially and economically disadvantaged backgrounds, and Amendment 141 in the name of Stephen Kerr would require the SFC's annual report to include information about outcomes delivered, including student progression. These are not the only Stage 2 amendments calling for reporting on a range of information issues, and I am thoughtful about how much time and resource would be required to be applied, mainly by the SFC, to fulfil all such functions, should all the amendments in this space be passed as drafted. I would therefore ask Pam Duncan-Glancy and Stephen Kerr not to press their respective amendments, to allow me and my officials and the Scottish Government to consider all these reporting requirements together in the round and bring forward a suitable amendment to cover reporting duties and responsibilities at Stage 3. Moving on, I cannot support Amendment 133 in the name of Miles Briggs. It creates a new power for the SFC to undertake a review of the activities of a post-16 education body. The SFC already has a duty to secure that provision is made for assessing and enhancing the quality of fundable further and higher education provided by the post-16 education bodies. And the SFC has the power to secure efficiency studies into the management and operation of bodies. Governing bodies are also under a statutory duty to provide the SFC with such information as may reasonably require for the SFC may be reasonably required for the SFC to carry out its functions. The amendment would also enable a wide range of persons to request the SFC to undertake a review. This broad list could result in the SFC being encumbered with requests for reviews on an ad hoc basis, which would be unmanageable in practice and create inconsistencies across the sector. I would therefore ask Miles Briggs not to press his Amendment 133, and should he do so, I encourage members to vote against it. Turning to Amendments 134, 135 and 136 in the name of Miles Briggs. These would require the SFC to monitor the financial sustainability of all training providers and persons delivering programmes of training for employment. It is not the role of the SFC to monitor the financial sustainability of commercial enterprises. There are many more training providers involved in apprenticeship provision and work-based learning, and there are fundable bodies. This would be an onerous duty on the SFC, even if it were appropriate. Any concerns about safeguarding public money need to be managed in the same way as for other commercial transactions, for example, not paying in advance of service delivery. I hope that Miles Briggs agrees and will not press his amendments, and should he do so, I would encourage members to vote against Amendments 134, 135 and 136. I completely agree with the sentiment behind Pam Duncan-Glancy's Amendment 139. Nobody wants to see people's learning disrupted. However, I'm not convinced that this legislative framework is the right way to approach it. The circumstances in each situation will be very different, and it's better for the SFC to be able to tailor their response accordingly. I hope that assures Pam Duncan-Glancy, and she will now not press her Amendment 139. Should she do so, I encourage members to vote against it.
Pam Duncan-Glancy.
I thank the Minister for taking that intervention, and so that this amendment is specifically about future-proofing a concern on continuity in learning. And we've seen various institutions in recent months have to take some very, very difficult decisions, some catastrophic for courses, students and staff. And this amendment seeks to try and empower the Scottish Funding Council, or the Government through the Funding Council, to help these organisations recognise that there could be a disruption to continuity of provision and plan for it. And I struggle to understand why the Minister thinks that that's not a good thing.
Minister.
As I've said, I completely agree with the sentiment behind it. However, a legislative framework I do not think is the best way to approach it. But I'd be happy to have more dialogue with Pam Duncan-Glancy on this in due course. I'm going to move on. Amendment 143 in the name of Daniel Johnson appears to require the SFC to make arrangements for assessing and enhancing the delivery and standard of programmes of training for employment, work-based learning and training of apprentices. The drafting of the amendment is unclear and may suggest that the assessment and enhancement is conducted by the grant recipient. In my view, quality control is more appropriately managed through the conditions of grant or terms of contract, and I hope, given these points raised, that Pam Duncan-Glancy, on behalf of Daniel Johnson, will now not press Amendment 143. If it is pressed, I would encourage members to vote against it. Amendment 142, in the name of Daniel Johnson, would require the SFC to conduct financial scrutiny of payments made to fundable bodies and others. As financial scrutiny is not defined and is open to interpretation, it is unclear what this provision aims to achieve. In light of this lack of clarity, I would ask that Pam Duncan-Glancy, on behalf of Daniel Johnson, does not press Amendment 142, but I'd be happy to discuss this amendment and the matters therein with Pam Duncan-Glancy and or Daniel Johnson in terms of the intent to see what there might be, what might be able to be achieved in terms of a different approach, possibly at stage 3. But if this Amendment 142 is pressed today, I encourage members to vote against it. Amendment 144, in the name of Ross Greer, would allow the SFC to arrange for an independent investigation into the fundable body's compliance with terms and conditions the SFC imposed when providing payments to that body. The 2005 Act already requires the governing body of any fundable body to provide the SFC with any information it requires in connection with the exercise of its functions. Penalties for non-compliance are more appropriately set out in grant letters or contracts issued by the SFC. I hope that assures Ross Greer, and I hope that now he will not press his amendment. Should he do so, I would encourage members to vote against Amendment 144. I move Amendments 13, 14 and 15 in my name.
If you want to.
Briefly.
Ross Greer.
Yeah.
That's much appreciated. So I understand the Minister's position. I don't entirely agree, but I understand the position that penalties for non-compliance should be laid out in grant letters. What I'm a bit concerned, though, is there seems to be a disconnect between what the government is saying on this and the SFC's position, because my understanding of the SFC's position is that they do want to have essentially a wider suite of powers than just clawback. If the government's position is that the SFC essentially already have the ability to set out other penalties themselves, has he engaged with the SFC at all on this? Because it seems that his position and theirs are not aligned here, and everybody seems to broadly agree that, specifically when it comes to the matter of clawback, that's not an ideal penalty and that other options should be available. The SFC don't seem to think that other options are available to them, though.
Minister.
Thank Ross Greer for putting those points on the record. Officials and I, of course, have engaged significantly with SFC in the process of this bill thus far, and will do in the period ahead as we progress the bill. And I will consider the points he's raised with regard to Amendment 144, but stand by what I've already said in regard to it, and I will leave it at that, Convener. Thank you.
Thank you. I call on Ross Greer to speak to Amendment 14A and other amendments in the group. Mr Greer.
Thank you, Convener. So the Minister's already set out the purpose and the effect of my amendments 14A and B and indicated that he would support B, so I'm not going to run through all that again other than to say I therefore won't move 14A, I'll move 14B, but I just want to put on the record in relation to those that I had engaged with the SFC specifically on them. So my understanding is that they are sympathetic to the intention of what I'm trying to do here, particularly given the issues that the situation at the University of Dundee have highlighted. The core issue there is one of governance that has resulted in a crisis of financial sustainability. But I think it is important that we broaden this out, so I'm glad that the government's able to support 14B. Just to expand a little bit on 144, though, again, I think that the rationale for that is best explained in the context of the situation at Dundee and the Gillies review, because certainly my understanding is that the university complied with that investigation, but that they weren't ultimately under any obligation to do so, and that if there was an investigation in the future that they could face, or the SFC or whoever conducts the investigation, could face more significant barriers. So this amendment would specify that the Council may, where it considers necessary, carry out that independent investigation into the compliance of a fundable body with the terms and conditions imposed on any payments made, and that the governing bodies of the fundable bodies, for example university courts, must provide anyone carrying out the investigation with the relevant information and documentation. Clearly, there's a difference in my position and the government's position on what is already required of these governing bodies. My understanding is that there was no legal obligation on the court of the University of Dundee to provide the information that it did. It chose to comply, which was absolutely the right thing to do, and we welcome it, but there's no guarantee that that would happen again in the future. And as I elaborated in that intervention on the Minister, I'm keen for the Council to be able to set out non-financial penalties. We've discussed in this committee and in the Chamber the drawbacks of the financial clawback power. I think we collectively recognise it's necessary, but it's going to be rare where there's a situation that taking money out of an institution is going to actually resolve whatever problem has arisen. And my understanding is the SFC themselves are keen to have a wider suite of powers available to them. I recognise, though, that in our stage 1 process on this, we didn't particularly get into what those other penalties might be. Therefore, what I was proposing here was that that's laid out in regulation by ministers. So that's the rationale for one. Yes.
Duncan Glancy.
Thank you, and I'm sorry if I've interrupted the member mid-flow. I was trying to find the right time to intervene. Can I just check if the members considered the impact on the ONS classification of this particular amendment, and has he had any representation from the universities on it?
So, again, so it's the SFC that I've engaged with on this. SFCs are sympathetic with the intention of these amendments. In regard to engagement with universities, without meaning to sound cynical, my frustration at the engagement from the university sector on this is that it very much mirrors the kind of engagement that we saw in 2015 around the governance legislation at that point, where it does feel a little bit boy who cried wolf, and that as much as I respect the leadership of Scotland's university sector, they have, on almost every occasion that proposals have been made to strengthen the governance of their institutions, they've claimed it would compromise ONS classification, and at no point up until now has that actually been the case. So I struggle to accept the position that is most often put forward by University Scotland, that many of the proposals that have been made in these Stage 2 proceedings would potentially endanger ONS classification, because, being blunt, and I say this with respect to those at both the lobbying organisation but also the individual institutions, we have been here before, and the sector has objected to almost every single proposal that's been made to strengthen governance arrangements. When those proposals have been passed, so the 2015 efforts, for example, it has not resulted in what was claimed at the time by the sector. So I do struggle to accept the arguments that they put forward in relation to ONS classification. I'd welcome further engagement with them ahead of Stage 3, and I think, referring back to the debates that we had last week, I think it would be beneficial for the committee and the government if there was collective engagement between us and the ONS around, I think it was John Mason made this point around exactly what would trigger potential reclassification, because I think it is fair to say there's still some ambiguity around that. Further clarification from the ONS themselves would be useful on this. But yeah, I treat the position of Universities Scotland on this specifically with a bit of scepticism, because I feel like we've been here before, and the potential risks have never really been borne out. But on that point, happy to conclude, Convener.
Thank you. I call Pam Duncan-Glancy to speak to Amendment 137 and other amendments in the group. Ms Duncan-Glancy.
Thank you, Convener. Amendment 138 in my name inserts a requirement on the SFC to report on financial sustainability of post-16 bodies and requires a focus on continuity of learner provision. It also requires that ministers give a statement to Parliament on this, and 137 is a consequential. 139 requires that where the SFC reasonably considers that there is a material risk of a post-16 education body being unable to, at any point in the next 6 months, deliver contracted learner provision without significant disruption, it has to notify the governing body, require them to prepare a recovery and continuity plan, provide them with reasonable advice and support to enable it to continue to deliver contracted learner provision. Amendment 140 requires the SFC to report on socio-economic disadvantage for all fundable bodies. I think it's fair to say that in some areas, although not all, we've made progress on this, but the picture is unclear and is varied across various different opportunities. Apprenticeships, FE, HE and different models. This amendment seeks to address that. It requires the report to include detail on regional difference, whether the learner has a disability and the level of deprivation experienced, and the government would then have to pay due regard to that report and indeed make a statement on it. I've listened carefully to the Minister's comments and I'm minded not to press 139 and 140 in order to seek to work with the government if the government is prepared to give a commitment to work together at stage 3 to give effect to an amendment that would do just that. And if the Minister were prepared to intervene and confirm that, then I'd welcome such an intervention. And I can also, whilst the Minister is perusing his detail on this, I will move on and move to speak about Amendment 143. Yes.
Minister.
As articulated in today's proceedings, I'm happy to have further engagement with Pam Duncan-Clancy more widely and broadly ahead of stage 3, and we can certainly cover this issue. I can't give an undertaking right now that we'll bring an amendment in this space, but I would be very pleased to discuss it.
Pam Duncan-Clancy.
Okay, I appreciate that. I think I probably would be looking for something a bit more concrete that a reporting. I take the Minister's point that lots of people have put, or rather there are lots of amendments on reporting, and that tidying these up for stage 3 is sensible. But I don't think I'm prepared to let the issue drop without a commitment that a reporting amendment will be discussed for stage 3.
Take further intervention. Yeah.
Minister.
Thank you. Pardon me. Thank you, Pam Duncan-Clancy. I would refer back to my points I made in my remarks, where I said I would be grateful if these amendments weren't pressed, so that we can consider all the reporting requirements. So when I said it, I wasn't committed specifically to the matters in Pam Duncan-Clancy's amendments, but together with the amendment from Stephen Kerr, that we can consider all the reporting requirements that have been brought forward by Pam Duncan-Clancy and Stephen Kerr in this group, and seek to consider them in the round and bring forward a suitable amendment to cover reporting duties and responsibilities in stage 3, and I would welcome engagement on that. I hope that gives Pam Duncan-Clancy the reassurance that she was looking for.
Pam Duncan-Clancy.
I thank the Minister for that, and yes, it does, and I look forward to the engagement with Stephen Kerr, myself and others to pursue that amendment. Daniel Johnson's Amendment 143, I'll speak to that now. It requires assessment of the quality of programmes for training for employment, work-based learning and training of apprenticeships. 142 requires the same financial scrutiny and requires an assessment of value for money. There's already a requirement in the 2005 Act to assess quality of fundable bodies, which this amendment simply mirrors for other bodies funded by the new bill. It applies equivalency and scrutiny and transparency to all providers receiving public apprenticeship or skills funding from the SFC, not just colleges and universities, including private training providers and managing agents. Following the public pounds, Colleges Scotland have said that if the SFC is now going to fund a much wider delivery base after absorbing Skills Development Scotland's functions, that the whole base should face the proportionate financial and quality scrutiny. And I listened carefully to the the Minister's comments on that particular amendment. I don't think the amendment as drafted has the complication the Minister sets out. I don't think the amendment as drafted requires isn't clear on the requirements for that, and so I will press that amendment. Amendment 144, in the name of Ross Greer, thank you for the response to the intervention about the ONS classification. I welcome that, and I welcome the clarity in this discussion. I will probably not press 138, 139 and 140 in order to discuss and pursue reporting amendments to stage 3 with members, including the Minister, going forward. Thanks.
Thank you. I call Stephen Kerr to speak to Amendment 141 and other amendments in the group. Mr Kerr.
Thank you, Convener. I heard very clearly what the Minister said, and I would simply add in my own remarks in relation to Amendment 141 that if the Scottish Government is asking the Council to take on expanded and a more complex role even, then it also should be that the Council operates under a clear and disciplined statutory framework, such as a number of the amendments in this group have spelled out. But I look forward to further engagement with the Minister in relation to the reporting criteria, and I will not be pressing 141.
Thank you. I call Willie Rennie.
So I want to challenge amendments 14, 14A, 14B and 15. There is some serious concern from University Scotland about all of these amendments. They believe that it threatens ONS classification. In particular on 14, 14A, 14B, the Funding Council already has powers to request information. It already produces, with external auditors, the annual accounts, which are then shared with the Scottish Funding Council. What these amendments do is that they introduce a greater reach, but also a lack of clarity, in particular where it considers it necessary is very vague, and it needs to be much more specific in order to avoid the overreach. And members will know that ONS classification is not on the basis of whether powers are actually used, but the possibility of powers being used. So therefore, even if it is a very rare occasion that these powers are used, the fact that they can be used in itself is a threat to the ONS classification. And then on number 15...
Will Rennie give way?
Yes, certainly.
I'm grateful to the member for giving way. Does he understand what the trigger would be? Because it is an issue we've had at this committee that I take seriously what he's saying. Other members don't believe this is a risk. But none of us know where that trigger will actually be. And are we not legislating with one hand behind our back until we know that?
And I think that is the case. And it's the strength of the opposition from University Scotland should make us think. And I take on board what Ross Greer says, that in the past they've warned and it's not come to fruition. That doesn't mean that we should carry on relentlessly increasing the powers of the Funding Council and our reach into this space, because it might at some point, with a cumulative effect, have a trigger on the ONS classification. But yes, Douglas Ross is right about just the lack of clarity about exactly where this lies. And that's, we have tested through the use of the Section 25 powers to some degree, and ministers have gradually, over time, through the use of that power, been much more explicit in their direction to the university. It's ebbed and flowed with Dundee, but nevertheless, the lack of specificity on this, I think, is a problem. And that's why I would encourage these amendments not to be pressed so that we can have more... Yes.
Minister. I thank Willie Rennie for taking an intervention and for raising these points, and also to University of Scotland for their correspondence engagement on them. As I said earlier in today's proceedings, officials will meet with University of Scotland next week, and I look forward to further engagement with them on this bill, including these points. The considerations around ONS classification are rightly something of pertinence and priority for us all. And of course, as has been referred to by other colleagues just in this debate, it's the existence and scope of intervention powers and avoiding operational control that we need to be mindful of. I will seek to press the amendments as I have emphasised, but I do give an undertaking to engage with University of Scotland, and that we will also consider the point around the word necessary. We are assured that the amendments that I am moving and the consequential amendment in the name of Ross Greer that I'm supporting are appropriate and balanced with consideration to ONS classification. But I'm grateful to Willie Rennie for raising these points, and we'll consider them further as we proceed together.
Willie Rennie.
Let me go through some of the other arguments. Amendment 15, the Scottish Funding Council already has the statutory duty to secure coherent provision, but they believe that the issuing of statutory guidance specifically around the needs and interests of current and prospective learners is an overreach as well, because members will know that students, learners at universities, some of them are international students, some of them are privately funded students. They receive no public finance for their education. So I don't quite understand why the interests of all prospective and current learners should be the responsibility of the Funding Council when they're not contributing towards their education. And what particular tools does the Scottish Funding Council have to assess this anyway? It's giving a greater responsibility and therefore a greater reach into the role of universities that is the concern. Also, these amendments don't draw a distinction between colleges and universities, and we know they have got two different ONS classifications. To bring in a set of rules that treat them equally, I think undermines also the ONS classification. And my final point is around about Dundee University. Dundee University was an extreme case. It's unique. It wasn't that unique, but it's unique. We should not be legislating just on the basis of a crisis in one institution. We need to be incredibly careful that we don't have a set of rules in place that potentially threatens ONS classification, that therefore brings the potential of greater crises than we've seen at Dundee University. My final point is what Ross Greer was saying, is he made on two separate occasions, he said there was no compulsion and no ability to compel. And it was those two requirements that I think is a challenge, because we should be having these institutions, the universities, the freedom to act as the independent bodies that they are. If the government, through the Funding Council, has got the opportunity to compel, then I think that's when we are overreaching into the space of the ONS classification. And that's why I would encourage, despite what the Minister's saying, is for us to take a deep breath on this and take time before stage 3 to have some proper discussions about this, involving all members, so that we can all be confident in the way that Mr Ross sets out about the desire to have clarity about the ONS classifications when it is not applied. And that's why I would... Yes, certainly.
I very much appreciate the case that Willie Rennie's making out. I'm on that basis. I'm not going to press 144, but I think if the Minister presses 14, which I think he should, and he's indicating they will, I'll certainly press 14B, but not A. But I do agree we should discuss this further ahead of stage 3, and it is perhaps for that wider discussion. But I'm interested in his position on this point around compulsion and respecting the autonomy of these institutions, because as we've seen with Dundee, the University of Dundee is too big to fail, and there's, I think, a collective agreement across the Parliament, and certainly there's an expectation from the public that we cannot allow it to fail. And it seems that there's a tension between those two things of it is an independent institution, but we cannot allow it to independently run itself into the ground, or we cannot allow the management of the institution to independently run it into the ground. I'm wondering how Mr Rennie would reconcile those positions, because it seems to me that at a certain point, when an institution is at risk of failure and collapse, there is unavoidably a need for public institutions to step in and safeguard it if it is an institution that we collectively agree is indeed too big to fail. How do we do that without this kind of backstop ability to compel the institution to do what we need it to maintain its survival?
I think this will give false confidence, because I am not confident that the SFC will have the wherewithal, the expertise, in order to be able to interpret how the institution is performing beyond what the external auditors and the court and the Senate are already scrutinising. So I think there is a danger if we introduce these powers, not only that it could threaten ONS classification, but also that it will give the public a belief that we're on top of this, when in fact the SFC might have no more ability to understand how that university is functioning or should function. So I think we should rely on the existing mechanisms in order to provide that challenge, to make sure that these institutions, which are in many cases too big to fail, don't actually fail in the end. Now, we will be more alert. The public will be more alert. The court, the Senate, the external auditors will have learned from this experience, and they will provide an increased challenge. That shouldn't mean that there should be a guarantee or a compulsion that the government has got a right to interfere. And I'll conclude on that point.
Thank you. I call on Miles Briggs to wind up and press or withdraw Amendment 132. Mr Briggs.
Nothing further to add. Happy to move 132 with Presido that will be doing some tidying up amendments at stage 3.
Thank you. The question is that Amendment 132 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. We're agreed. I call Amendment 13 in the name of the Minister, already debated with Amendment 132. Minister to move formally.
Moved.
The question is that Amendment 13 be agreed to. Are we all agreed?
Yes.
The question is that Section 8 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. I call Amendment 133 in the name of Miles Briggs, already debated with Amendment 132. Miles Briggs to move or not move?
Not moved.
I call Amendment 134 in the name of Miles Briggs, already debated with Amendment 132. Miles Briggs to move or not move?
Not moved.
I call Amendment 135 in the name of Miles Briggs, already debated with Amendment 132. Miles Briggs to move or not move?
Not moved.
I call Amendment 14 in the name of the Minister, already debated with Amendment 132. Minister to move formally.
Moved.
I call Amendment 14A in the name of Ross Greer, already debated with Amendment 132. I remind members that if Amendment 14A is agreed to, I cannot call Amendment 14B due to a preemption. Ross Greer to move or not move?
Not moved.
I call Amendment 14B in the name of Ross Greer, already debated with Amendment 132. Ross Greer to move or not move?
Move.
The question is that Amendment 14B be agreed to. Are we all agreed?
Yes.
We are not agreed. There will be a revision. Those in favour of Amendment 14B? Thank you. And those against? Thank you. The result of the vote on Amendment 14B is yes 7, no 3. Amendment 14B is therefore agreed to. I call the Minister to press or withdraw Amendment 14 as amended.
Press.
The question is that Amendment 14 as amended be agreed to. Are we all agreed?
Yes.
We are not agreed. There will be a division. Those in favour of Amendment 14 as amended? Thank you. And those against? Thank you. The result of the vote on Amendment 14 as amended is yes 7, no 3. Amendment 14 as amended is therefore agreed to. I call Amendment 136 in the name of Miles Briggs, already debated with Amendment 132. Miles Briggs to move or not move?
Not moved.
I call Amendment 137 in the name of Pam Duncan-Glancy, already debated with Amendment 132. Pam Duncan-Glancy to move or not move?
Moved.
The question is that Amendment 137 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? No. We are not agreed. There will be a division. Those in favour of Amendment 137? Thank you. And those against? Thank you. The result of the vote on Amendment 137 is yes 4, no 6. Amendment 137 is not agreed to. I call Amendment 138 in the name of Pam Duncan-Glancy, already debated with Amendment 132. Pam Duncan-Glancy to move or not move?
Not moved.
I call Amendment 139 in the name of Pam Duncan-Glancy, already debated with Amendment 132. Pam Duncan-Glancy to move or not move?
Not moved.
The question is that Section 9 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. We are agreed. I call Amendment 140 in the name of Pam Duncan-Glancy, already debated with Amendment 132. Pam Duncan-Glancy to move or not move?
Not moved.
I call Amendment 141 in the name of Stephen Kerr, already debated with Amendment 132. Stephen Kerr to move or not move?
Not moved.
I call Amendment... not moved. Yep. I call Amendment 143 in the name of Daniel Johnson, already debated with Amendment 132. Pam Duncan-Glancy to move or not move?
Moved.
The question is that Amendment 143 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? No. We are not agreed. There will be a division. Those in favour of Amendment 143? Thank you. And those against? Thank you. The result of the division on Amendment 143 is yes 4, no 6. Amendment 143 is not agreed to. I call Amendment 142 in the name of Daniel Johnson, already debated with Amendment 132. Pam Duncan-Glancy to move or not move?
Not moved.
I call Amendment 144 in the name of Ross Greer, already debated with Amendment 132. Ross Greer to move or not move?
Not moved.
I call Amendment 15 in the name of the Minister, already debated with Amendment 132. Minister to move formally.
Moved.
The question is that Amendment 15 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. We are not agreed. There will be a division. Those in favour of Amendment 15? And those against? Thank you. The result of the vote on Amendment 15 is yes 8, no 2. Amendment 15 is therefore agreed to. The question is that Section 10 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. We are, and we now move on, and I call Amendment 145 in the name of Miles Briggs, group with Amendments 146, 47, 147, 148, 149, 150 and 16. Miles Briggs to move Amendment 145 and speak to all amendments in the group. Mr Briggs.
Thank you, Convener. And these amendments and the next set of amendments are consequential. Amendment 145 and 150 specifically look towards new duties requiring the Scottish Funding Council to ensure that statutory and funding across the tertiary system are aligned through collaboration with local authorities, training providers, employers and further and higher education bodies. These embed a statutory expectation of joint planning and co-delivery across all key partners when Council exercises its functions. Amendment 150, therefore, would insert local authorities as a new first grouping within the schedule. The second grouping, Amendment 151 to 171, was that also to be spoken to?
Well, it's grouped with 146, 47, 147, 148, 149, 150 and Amendment 16.
Sorry, I just have 154 and 150 in this section, so I move 145 in my name.
Thank you very much. I call Stephen Kerr to speak to Amendment 146 and other amendments in the group. Mr Kerr.
And Convener, I have amendments 146, 147, 148 and 149 in this group.
That's where the confusion was.
These amendments deal with how the Scottish Funding Council will exercise the significant and expanded functions that this bill confers upon it. And I've lodged these amendments because, as the bill currently stands, the framework for exercising these functions lacks essential safeguards, clarity and discipline. And without these amendments, the Council would be asked to shoulder major new responsibilities, but without the statutory requirements necessary to ensure transparency, consistency and a focus on Scotland's long-term interests. Amendment 146 seeks to ensure that when the Council exercises its functions, it does so in a way that is aligned to Scotland's economic needs. And in fact, my party have consistently argued that the tertiary system should be one of the central drivers of national productivity and national competitiveness. And yet, while the bill does provide, quote, regard for the skills need in Scotland, unquote, I believe this requirement is too broad and allows for crucial factors to be overlooked. Amendment 146 corrects that by requiring the Funding Council to have explicit regard to Scotland's employer demand, labour market shortages, skills needs and, crucially, future economic priorities at both national and regional levels. In legislating to match support to employer demand will reduce as far as possible the funding of low-value courses that do not correspond to employer demand and result in young people stuck either in unemployment or in jobs that do not match their skill sets. By legally mandating regard for labour market shortages, I believe that this will force the Council to, one, prioritise crucial reoccurring gaps in our workforces, national workforce, and prioritise emerging sectors such as artificial intelligence to ensure that Scotland is at the forefront of emerging sectors. And it's also crucial to mandate that the economic priorities at both national and regional levels are considered, as this ensures that the distinct skills needs of every part of Scotland are not overlooked by a centralised body in Edinburgh. This amendment will ensure that the Council's work is not simply administrative, but strategic, purposeful and grounded in the realities of the economy it is meant to serve in the present and in the future. Yes, of course.
John Mason.
Yeah, thank the member for giving way. I mean, it's sometimes said that people go to university and end up with degrees that don't get them applicable jobs. Is he looking at that space as well? Is that included in his amendment?
Stephen Kerr.
Yeah, I mean, I think in the totality of the work of the Funding Council, it is important that current economic and future economic forecasts, prospects are considered. And yes, I mean, I think we all know people, young people in particular, who have worked hard, obtained a degree, but are not being able to fulfil their aspirations because the jobs for their particular qualification are not there or not regarded by potential employers. And that is a concern that I do share. Amendment 147 introduces a duty to minimise administrative burdens, which is very apt given the conversation around the previous grouping. Everyone around this table will have spoken to countless employers, and one thing they all say is that the current skills landscape is too complex and has too much red tape. I've spent time with businesses, my own constituency, who will not take on, for example, apprentices. simply for that reason. It's far too heavy and onerous an administrative task. So we needed to have a council and skills system that's focused on delivery, not paperwork. And in order to do so, and to do that, we must have a system that small businesses, indeed even medium-sized, larger-sized businesses, find easy to access, and not intimidating. This amendment mandates that the council must exercise its functions in a way that minimises administrative burdens on colleges, training providers and employers. And Amendment 148 ensures that support is not just provided and focused on young people, but is also available for adults retraining and lifelong learning, because that's going to become more of a feature than it even currently is in the future. And we all agree that there is a concerning high level of economically inactive adults in our society. However, at the same time, we do far too little to support them out of the poverty cycle or to retrain in different sectors. This amendment is designed to shift the dial to support them by pushing the Council to support flexible pathways suitable for adults with responsibilities, rather than rigid courses designed solely for young adults. And finally, Amendment 149 introduces an obligation for the Council to protect college autonomy. At present, the bill gives the Council significant discretion, but discretion without guiding principles can lead to uneven or unpredictable decision-making. That's why my amendment ensures that the Council acts in a manner that is fair across institutions, balanced in its interventions, respectful of the autonomy of fundable bodies, while still protecting learners and the public interest. And this amendment reinforces the principle that oversight should be robust but not arbitrary. Taken together, these amendments strengthen the bill considerably. They ensure the Council's expanded powers are exercised with clarity, fairness, transparency and responsiveness. They embed economic purpose into the Council's work. They reflect the wider principle that we, certainly on the Conservative side of the chamber, have championed throughout this bill, that Scotland's skills system must be more than an administrative machine. It must be a strategic asset in driving national prosperity. And for these reasons, I invite my colleagues in the committee to support the amendments 146, 147, 148 and 149 in my name. Thank you, Convener.
Thank you. I call Ross Greer to speak to Amendment 47 and other amendments in the group. Mr Greer.
Thank you, Convener. So Amendment 47 adds a new section into the 2005 Act to state that the SFC must have due regard to the economic, social and environmental priorities of Scottish ministers. This is an issue that's been raised frequently in evidence about the lack of policy coherence and direction from government across the post-16 education landscape. Audit Scotland and James Withers, in their reports, made it very clear that the core issue here in terms of skills delivery has been that lack of clear leadership from the Scottish Government. I'll just quote briefly from James Withers' report, because I think he made a recommendation that crystallises this. He said, "There must be a clear articulation of the areas that are a national priority. This goes beyond signalling economic transformation or net zero into a specific articulation aligned to strategic policy intentions of the sectors and occupations that will be critical to their delivery and their workforce needs." End quote. This was backed up by CITB and other industry stakeholders. The SFC and SDS are not independent organisations. They are public bodies, but for albeit different reasons, I think, in each case, they just haven't aligned well enough with the rest of the system. I think there's more of an issue of alignment with SDS than SFC, but given the legislative underpinning here, we can set requirements of the SFC in a way that we can't with SDS. I don't think ministers should be micromanaging here, which is why it's about putting an obligation on SFC to have due regard to the priorities that ministers have set out, rather than putting additional requirements on ministers to involve themselves further. Because I think broad alignment here is necessary. So placing a requirement on the SFC to give due regard to the government's priorities is, I think, relatively light touch, and it would mirror the approach that we took just a couple of months ago in relation to Qualifications Scotland. So I hope this one isn't controversial. The aim here is to give the SFC a clear direction. We expect them to be broadly aligned with the priorities as set out by ministers, because that is what has come back from Audit Scotland, from James Withers, from industry stakeholders, etc. Is we just need clear alignment in this sector. This amendment in and of itself is not going to solve all of that, but I think it sets out that clear principle from which they should operate. Thank you.
Thank you. I call George Adams speak to Amendment 16 and other amendments in the group. Mr Adams.
Thank you, Convener. I'll just be speaking on my own amendment because basically we all know it's all about me. That's a joke. I don't take myself that seriously. But Convener, Amendment 16 is straightforward. It amends Section 22 of the 2005 Act to require the SFC to consult and collaborate with employers of Scottish apprentices or their representatives and training providers or their representatives. The amendment also gives ministers the flexibility to update this list through subordinate legislation, just as with existing consultation lists. That effectively gives us the opportunity to future-proof and provides the flexibility needed. It means we can add key delivery partners now and more in the future if needed. We all agree employers and delivery partners must be at the heart of the apprenticeship scheme, and that's what this does. It's practical, it's necessary, and it delivers, much like myself. And I ask members to support Amendment 16.
Thank you. I call the Minister.
Thank you, Convener, and to all members for setting out the purpose of their amendments. I want to again make clear this Government's commitment to fair work principles at the start of my remarks here, as we have set out jointly with the STUC, and to Fair Work First and the conditions in that regard that we have applied to grants made by the Scottish Government. We expect all our public bodies to adhere to and implement the spirit as well as the letter of those principles in all that they do, and we expect those organisations making grants on behalf to apply on our behalf rather to apply Fair Work First too. I'm therefore pleased to support Amendment 145 in the name of Miles Briggs, which requires the SFC to have regard to the desirability of protecting and promoting the interests of staff, including in relation to fair work principles. As it is a softer duty of consideration rather than something that creates binding legal sanctions or compels compliance, it does not cause the same issues with legislative competence that we have discussed with regard to other amendments. Moving on, I welcome Ross Greer's Amendment 47, which requires the Council to have regard to the economic, social and environmental priorities of Scottish ministers, and I am also happy to support it. With respect to both of these amendments, I may need to come forward at stage 3 with some technical adjustments to 145 and 47 to make sure that Section 20 of the 2005 Act works well as a whole and as intended, and I'm sure Miles Briggs and Ross Greer would appreciate that. George Adams' Amendment 16 puts beyond doubt the expectations on the SFC by Scottish ministers to consult and engage widely. This amendment creates a new list of persons in Section 22 of the 2005 Act with whom the SFC is required to consult and collaborate with, and a new power to amend the list by subordinate legislation if required. This Amendment 16 requires the SFC to consult and collaborate with employers of Scottish apprentices, training providers and representative bodies of both groups. And it also provides for the list to be added to by order in the future, as I've mentioned. This is an important expansion reflective of the SFC's wider remit under the bill, and I hope it allays concerns expressed by a range of stakeholders and indeed by the committee about the role in particular for key delivery partners. I hope that everyone will welcome seeing that there is a key role for business and employers at the heart of the process in relation to apprenticeships, and therefore I'm happy to support George Adams' amendment. Unfortunately, I cannot support the other amendments in this group, and I'll now set out briefly why. Amendments 146 and 149 in the name of Stephen Kerr raise questions about interpretation with respect, which may generate administrative effort and cost in practice. For example, different people might have different interpretations of what respect for autonomy means in practice, and colleges of further education are public bodies and classified as part of central government, so it would be confusing to state in legislation that they are autonomous. With regard to 147, I would like to consider this further and would ask Stephen Kerr not to press it, because I think it's worth considering in terms of the burden on the organisations that are mentioned. And so I would be grateful if we could discuss that as part of the dialogue that we will have between stage 2 and stage 3. Amendment 148 in the name of Stephen Kerr is contingent on Amendment 119, already debated in Group 8, which I cannot support. It is not the role of the SFC to secure assessment of labour market demand and skills shortages. The identification of skills needs is for SDS to do. Amendment 150 in the name of Miles Briggs cuts across provision already at Section 3 of the 2005 Act, which is itself amended by this bill. Section 3 places a duty on the SFC to secure the coherent provision of tertiary education and training, broadly speaking. Amendment 16 and Section 20 of the 2005 Act, as will be adjusted by some amendments supported here today, also broadly achieve the same result. In summary, I can support amendments 145, 16 and 47 and hope that members will vote for them. I would hope that Stephen Kerr will not press his amendments 146, 147, 148 and 149. If he does, I would encourage members to vote against them, and the same applies to Miles Briggs's amendment 150. Thank you, Convener.
Thank you. I call Miles Briggs to wind up and press or withdraw amendment 145.
Thank you, Convener, and I welcome the Minister's acceptance of amendment 145. Also, my colleague Stephen Kerr's amendments and work here to try to make sure that some of these important aspects are included. Scottish Conservatives can't support Amendment 47. I don't think this is a welcome step forward, and actually the Scottish Funding Council must be independent of ministers and not influenced by their priorities, and so I would not welcome Amendment 47, and we will support Amendment 16. I move 145 in my name.
Thank you. The question is that Amendment 145 be agreed. Are we all agreed?
Yes.
Yes, we are agreed. The question is that Section 11 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. I call Amendment 146 in the name of Stephen Kerr, already debated with Amendment 145. Stephen Kerr to move or not move?
On the basis of what the Minister said, I think I'll have a further conversation with him, so I won't move on this occasion.
Thank you. The question is that Section 12 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. I call Amendment 47 in the name of Ross Greer, already debated with Amendment 145. Ross Greer to move or not move?
Move.
The question is that Amendment 47 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. We are not agreed. There will be a division. Those in favour of Amendment 47? Thank you. And those against? Thank you. The result of the vote on Amendment 47 is yes 8, no 2. Amendment 47 is therefore agreed to. I call Amendment 147 in the name of Stephen Kerr, already debated with Amendment 145. Stephen Kerr to move or not move?
Not moved.
I call Amendment 148 in the name of Stephen Kerr, already debated with Amendment 145. Stephen Kerr to move or not move?
Not moved.
I call Amendment 149 in the name of Stephen Kerr, already debated with Amendment 145. Stephen Kerr to move or not move?
Not moved.
I call Amendment 150 in the name of Miles Briggs, already debated with Amendment 145. Miles Briggs to move or not move?
Moved.
The question is that Amendment 150 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? No. We're not agreed. There will be a division. Those in favour of Amendment 150? Thank you. And those against? Thank you. The result of the vote on Amendment 150 is yes 3, no 7. Amendment 150 is therefore not agreed to. I call Amendment 16 in the name of George Adam, already debated with Amendment 145. George Adam to move or not move?
Moved, Convener.
The question is that Amendment 16 be agreed to. Are we all agreed?
Yes.
We are agreed. I call Amendment 17 in the name of the Minister, already debated with Amendment 127. Minister to move formally.
Moved.
The question is that Amendment 17 be agreed to. Are we all agreed?
Yes.
We are agreed. Good. We move on, and I call Amendment 151 in the name of Miles Briggs, group with amendments as shown in the groupings. Miles Briggs to move Amendment 151 and speak to all amendments in the group. Mr Briggs.
Thank you, Convener. And these amendments are not a whistle-stop tour of Scotland as they may come across, but are in fact consequential amendments that would insert local authorities' names as a new first grouping within the schedule as previously debated. Amendment 151 effectively inserts local authorities as a new grouping within the schedule before the list of colleges and universities, so that each local authority is a fundable body followed by a second category introducing other bodies that appear in the remainder of the schedule. And I move Amendment 151 in my name.
Briggs's Amendment 151 and the other amendments in this group have the effect of adding Scottish local authorities to the list of fundable bodies in the 2005 Act, as he's just mentioned. In fact, they do this twice over. The defined term fundable bodies is only relevant to the provision of fundable further and higher education under the framework of the 2005 Act. Adding local authorities to this list would only mean that the SFC could, in theory, provide them funding to deliver fundable further and higher education. However, it would also make local authorities subject to the suite of provisions and requirements of the 2005 Act which relate to the further and higher education institutions. I'm not sure local authorities would see this as desirable, and I'm not aware of any appetite from local authorities to be added to the list of fundable bodies.
Miles Briggs.
The rationale for me including local authorities is looking at how, in some cases, training has changed. So one example of this is here in Edinburgh, where the Minister will know Edinburgh College has lost its traditional building schools course. Over in Fife, across the Forth, Fife Council has taken the decision to help fund those training places. So I think this provides and facilitates for a local authority to then be the lead deliverer of that training. So it's something I think the Minister and Government need to be aware of, different models which are actually emerging around very much specific, often niche, shortages in the workforce, traditional building skills being one of them. And happy for the Minister to maybe take that way ahead of stage 3, but I think there is a really important role for local authorities to actually be included in this bill to potentially deliver that training as well.
Minister.
I thank Miles Briggs for raising those points and would agree with the importance of traditional building skills, for example, and other, to use his word, niche skill sets that we need to be mindful of. I would stand by what I have said previously. There was no appetite, for example, expressed by COSLA in my engagement with them before the stage 2 to have these powers, as far as I'm aware. So I hear the points raised by Miles Briggs in general terms about these specific skills, and we'll consider them further. But I still believe that the amendments in this group are not a way in which we wish to proceed, because the bill forms part of our work of reform to simplify the skills landscape and post-16 education and training. And adding another suite of fundable bodies would, it seems to me, have the opposite effect, as well as putting the provisions and requirements of the 2005 Act that further and higher education institutions have to abide by to local authorities, which I believe would be undesirable. It wouldn't help us in simplification, and it would create more burdens for local authorities. Where it is appropriate for the SFC to provide funding to local authorities, the 2005 Act, as amended by the bill, makes provision to do this. This would be when local authorities are acting in the capacity of training providers, for example, in respect of national training programmes, apprenticeships and work-based learning. I therefore cannot support any of the amendments in this group, and I encourage members to vote against them if Miles Briggs chooses to press them. Thanks.
Thank you. And I call on Miles Briggs to wind up and press or withdraw Amendment 151.
Thank you, Convener. And as the debate's demonstrated, I think there is an important role for councils to start to play in providing more training opportunities, specifically looking at some of our sector skill shortages. Yes.
Minister. That point understood and agreed on. I just want to emphasise that local authorities can be training providers under the bill.
Miles Briggs.
And I'm grateful for that clarification. I would hope that any further conversations about making that easier could take place ahead of stage 3, and the Minister and his officials would look at that. I know of some really good work taking place here in my own region in Edinburgh to look at shortages around adult carers. That is being led often by different organisations, Edinburgh College, but also Edinburgh City Council. And I think there is a need to look towards making that more streamlined, and who would be the best lead in that should not necessarily always be the college, but actually could sit within the council as well. So happy to take those conversations maybe with the Minister to any inclusion in the bill at stage 3. And so I won't move amendments 151 to 171, which I'm sure members will be glad to hear.
They may be, but we've got to do it a slightly different way. Miles Briggs seeks to withdraw Amendment 151. Does any member object? No member objects, so Amendment 151 is withdrawn. I call Amendments 152, 153, 154, 155, 156, 157, 158, 159, 160, 161, 162, 163, 164, 165, 166, 167, 168, 169, 170 and 171, all in the name of Miles Briggs and all previously debated with Amendment 151. I invite Miles Briggs to move or not move Amendments 152 to 171 en bloc.
The convener could be a great auctioneer, I think. Not moved en bloc.
Miles Briggs has indicated that he will not be moving Amendments 152 to 157. It would be helpful if any member who wishes to move any of the amendments from 152 to 171 could indicate now. No member has indicated they wish to do so. I therefore intend to read out the amendment numbers and confirm that they are not moved. I will do so at a pace that will allow any member to call out at the relevant point that they wish to move the amendment. So I confirm for the record that the following amendments in the name of Miles Briggs are not moved: 152, 153, 154, 155, 156, 157, 158, 159, 160, 161, 162, 163, 164, 165, 166, 167, 168, 169, 170 and 171. The question is that Section 13 be agreed to. Are we all agreed?
Yes.
We are agreed. Moving on, I call Amendment 172 in the name of Pam Duncan-Glancy, group with amendments as shown in the groupings. Pam Duncan-Glancy to move Amendment 172 and speak to all other amendments in the group. Ms Duncan-Glancy.
Thank you, Convener. 172 in my name states that if council members' tenure is extended, the government must publish a statement on reasons why. I've brought this amendment because the new board and council must be fresh and reflect the talent needed. The bill purports to take a different approach to skills, and that should be reflected in the tenure of members on the board. Amendment 173 in my name states the SFC should include students at colleges, universities and someone undertaking an apprenticeship on the board. This is essential, in my view, given the significant impacts that any bill or legislation in this space could have on colleges, unis and students at colleges, universities and undertaking apprenticeships. Amendment 174 adds capacity in research and innovation, financial due diligence, workforce planning also to the council. Areas that we heard in committee and that all of us will have had representation from industry and others to tell us that it's crucial that the council has this to reflect the changing requirements that the bill has of them. Amendment 176 adds accountable officers of colleges and unis to the council. Again, a useful, I think, addition to the council, given the council's role in making sure these organisations are held accountable. Amendment 177 ensures trade union representation on the council. The University College Union is specifically keen on this amendment, and I can understand why, given the circumstances their members across Scotland face as we speak. Happy to give way.
I thank the member very much for giving way. I mean, in one sense, there's an argument for each of the things she puts forward, but am I right in saying that she's looking for at least six additional designated places, i.e. a union rep for students, colleges and apprentices, and a student rep for students, colleges, for universities, colleges and apprentices? Now, given that the board, I think, is between 11 and 14 people, are we not getting things a little bit out of balance here?
Pam Duncan-Glancy.
Thank the member for the intervention. No, I don't think we do. I don't think we are. I think we're getting the balance absolutely right, putting at the heart of it those who are either delivering in the sectors or receiving the education from the sectors. And I think that's incredibly important. Happy to give way.
John Mason.
I mean, I agree that the people teaching and working and the people studying are incredibly important and are the reason we have colleges, universities and apprenticeships. But does she not think there's got to be a fair number of people involved who are real experts in the field, who have studied it for maybe years, worked in it for years, are academics? You know, surely that kind of group of people is pretty important too.
Pam Duncan-Glancy.
Absolutely, and I would agree that experts in the field are crucial. I would consider that staff who work in the system and students who engage in it and are educated within it are indeed experts in the system. Amendment 174 in my name adds capacity in research and innovation. Again, the expertise that John Mason speaks of in terms of research in the area. Financial due diligence, a skill I know that the member will be very keen to have on the council, given the council's role and given the member's interest in financial due diligence. So I don't think that the amendments in my name that seek to ensure places for those, rightful places for those people on the council are there. I don't think that it precludes, because of course there is other spaces on the council, as the member pointed out. I just think that this seeks to protect spaces for students, for apprentices and for trade unions on the council. I'll move on now to Amendment 175 in my colleague Daniel Johnson's name. My colleague's amendment seeks to ensure that the chair of the Skills Board, as proposed by Daniel Johnson, also sits on the Scottish Funding Council. That's to retain the link between the organisation that will be distributing the funds for skills and the sector delivering them, and employers who represent some of that sector. That's what Amendment 175 in Daniel Johnson's name seeks to do, and I hope that it will get support from across the committee. And with that, I close. Thanks.
Thank you. And could you move Amendment 172?
I can move Amendment 172.
Thank you. I call on Ross Greer to speak to Amendment 178 and other amendments in the group. Mr Greer.
Thank you, Convener. So Amendment 178 would add persons who have experience of the interest of persons undertaking a Scottish apprenticeship, which is admittedly tortured language, but it is the language that we landed on for the Education Bill when we were trying to reach a point of recognising that having somebody who can represent a particular group, in this case apprenticeships, whilst also recognising that if you're on the council, you are not on the council to represent the interests of a particular group, but we need to draw from that. So this tortured language, I admit as it is language that already exists elsewhere in relevant legislation for very similar bodies. So that's the kind of rationale behind it. The amendment just has the effect of ensuring that the voice of those who are actually undertaking an apprenticeship or work-based learning is heard directly on the board of the SFC. As with every other institution or organisation that operates in this sector, I would expect those who are at the receiving end of decisions that are being made by the SFC to be involved in making those decisions. So similarly, 179 adds someone who's representative of the interests of the council's own staff. This amendment would solidify what is current practice, but make sure that it's in legislation and therefore cannot be changed or drawn back on in the future. So again, that mirrors amendments made to the Education Bill earlier this year. Yes.
Duncan Glancy.
I thank the member for taking the intervention, and I support the amendments in his name. Does the member agree with me that whilst not necessarily setting out the detail as my amendments do, that trade unions would be included? The intention is that trade unions would be included in the amendment that he has brought forward.
Yeah. Sorry, Commissioner. Yeah, I'm very grateful for that intervention. The intention here absolutely is for it to be trade union representatives. If we're talking about those who can represent the interests of a particular group, i.e. the staff of the organisation, then it is their trade union reps who are in a position to do that. Obviously, without rehearsing the debates that we had at Stage 2 and Stage 3 of the Education Bill around the language that we need to use and the debates we've already had around straying into reserve territory in relation to employment, trade union law, etc., the intention of these amendments is absolutely to make sure that there is that place for the trade union representative. Now, as I've mentioned here, in relation to the representative of the staff of the SFC, that is currently the case, and it's just about making sure that we are solidifying that in legislation. But yes, the language doesn't say that specifically, and for reasons that are already well rehearsed, that would certainly be my intention here. I cannot think of anybody else who would be able to represent those interests nearly as effectively as the trade union representative, certainly without the equivalent democratic mandate from those workers. And I'll leave it there, Convener.
Thank you. I call Miles Briggs to speak to Amendment 180 and other amendments in the group. Mr Briggs.
Thank you, Convener. And I think the work on these amendments by members basically go to the heart of what I think is vital, which is representative voices of teaching and non-teaching staff do form part of the decision-making process on the board of SFC. And this is in line with previous provisions from the Higher Education Governance Scotland Act 2016 and the College and Further Education and Regional Skills bodies, membership of boards Order 2023. So I think it is important it's included. My amendment 180 is very similar to Pam Duncan-Glancy's 177 to look towards the bill to appoint a trade union representative. Yes.
John Mason.
Thank you. He says it's similar to Pam Duncan-Glancy's, but he's talking about a trade union representative,
yes.
And that's, I assume, to cover universities, colleges and to do with apprenticeships. Does he not think, though, that you do end up needing 3 because they're quite different from each other, and even the unions representing college staff tend to be different unions from representing university staff, and I think there's been quite differences in the past. So how does he respond to that?
Miles Briggs.
I think, like the 2 other provisions I've outlined, they're already included, so making sure that a union representative is part of the board would be included, not necessarily the 3 unions which the members outlined. So I think it's important that we do have that representation and that the Scottish Funding Council, when they're appointing that board, will take forward those conversations if these amendments are passed. So I'm content to support 177 if that does not pass, to move my own 180. And I move 180 in my name.
That's fine. I call Paul McLennan to speak to Amendment 36 and other amendments in the group. Mr McLennan.
Thank you, Convener. I'll just be speaking to my own amendment. My Amendment 36 amends the bill provision where it creates a possibility for the SFC to appoint co-opted members. It's just a small change to make clear that the terms and conditions which co-opted members of the Council SFC are appointed on would of course include any remuneration and allowances they are to receive. I hope the committee can support the clarification to the bill, and I move the amendment in my name.
Thank you. I call the Minister.
Appointing the right people to the Council is obviously very important, and I can see from these amendments from members that they agree with that overarching aim. Amendment 172 in the name of Pam Duncan-Glancy cuts across the public appointments process and the code of practice for ministerial appointments to public bodies in Scotland issued by the Ethical Standards Commissioner, and therefore, with respect, it is not clear to me why this amendment is necessary. When we appoint new council members, their relevant skills and experience are highlighted in the press release and relevant publications. And barring reappointment of a member for a period of 4 years from the end of their tenure, limited to 4 years only, is unduly restrictive. If the Commissioner considers a maximum term of 8 years to be appropriate, why do we need to be restrictive in terms of the amendment as drafted in 172? If a member had relevant skills and experience when they were first appointed, I'm not sure of the benefit of checking again on reappointment, and therefore I do not support Amendment 172. Turning now to Amendments 173, 174, 175, 176, 177, 178, 179 and 180. At present, it is the Minister's discretion whom to appoint to the Council in terms of the bill as introduced. The 2005 Act sets, in terms of the 2005 Act, because that sets out some of the skills and experience to which ministers should have regard to when making appointments. It is helpful for the legislation to give pointers to ministers to consider, but unhelpful for legislation to bind ministers. We do not know what tomorrow's issues will be, and we need to have the flexibility to appoint a council that is well placed to respond. It was unclear 5 years ago, for example, that AI would become such a dominant consideration as it is now, and it is likely to have dramatic impact on the tertiary education and system and training and workplaces. So if I was to support all the amendments I just listed, this would envisage that the Council would have the following as members. 1, a student at a college or further education through Amendment 173, which could be the same person with experience of undertaking fundable further education through Amendment 174. 2, a student at a higher education institution. 3, an apprentice or workplace learner. 4, a deputy chair with a research and innovation background. 5, someone with experience of financial due diligence. 6, someone with experience of workforce planning. 7, the chair of an industry skills board under Amendment 181. 8, an accountable officer of a college of further education. 9, an accountable officer of a higher education institution. And 10, 3 people nominated by recognised trade unions of colleges, higher education and institutions and the 3 public bodies. That's potentially 10 out of the 11 to 14 positions available, and it's just not appropriate or desirable for legislation to bind ministers in this way. Amendments 178 and 180 shortly. 178 and 180 add additional categories to those to which ministers are to have regards to the desirability of when appointing members to the Council. Unlike previous amendments in this group, 178 and 180 do not bind ministers. It was always going to be challenging to come up with a particular set of skills or experiences which everyone is content with. I'm not suggesting that the suggestions in the other amendments are not without merit. I think it would be better, on the other hand, to commit to working with the committee and other interested members to ensure that the process we follow for recruiting new council members in 2026, where there are 5 positions available, secures the right people for this context. Therefore, I cannot support the amendments which propose to make the changes that I referred to just a moment ago, those being 173, 175, 176, 177, 178, 179 and 180. However, I am prepared to come back at stage 3 with suitable amendments at that point to respond to the points made by members about what skills and experience is needed on the Council. And on that basis, I hope members do not press amendments 173, 175, 176, 177, 178, 179 and 180. I also hope that members do not press amendments 172 and 174, and if they do, I urge members to vote against them. I should note that Daniel Johnson's amendment 175 is contingent to amendment 181, which we will come to in Group 16. It would remove the Apprenticeship Committee and replace it with a different committee, and I do not see the benefit of that. Amendment 36 from Paul McLennan is helpful in making clear that co-opted members of the SFC may receive remuneration and allowances as appropriate, and ministers will approve these as part of the terms and conditions of their appointment. That is suitable, and I'm happy to support this amendment. Thank you, Convener.
Can I just check you're not giving way to Mr Greer?
I'd hoped I had assured him in my points about coming back at stage 3, but I'm happy to take an amendment if that's helpful, Convener.
Ross Clear.
I'm grateful to the Minister, and on the basis of what he said, I won't press my amendments because I am keen to work with him at stage 3. What I'm struggling with in what he said in terms of the overall rationale is that it just doesn't seem compatible to me with the conclusions that we reached in relation to the Education Bill and the comments made by the Cabinet Secretary just a few months ago there. So I appreciate his point about the need for balance, and I wasn't going to support all the amendments in this group for that reason, but I was intending to support some of them. I'm happy not to press mine to work with him ahead of stage 3. Can I just ask the Minister, though, has he or his officials made any reference to, have they looked back at the considerations at stages 2 and 3 in relation to the Education Bill, and who sat on the board of Qualifications Scotland and who sat on the Advisory Council of the Inspectorate? Because it's a very, very similar argument for similar organisations within the same area of government. The argument the Minister is putting forward here today does not appear to me to be compatible with the position the Cabinet Secretary accepted just a few months ago in relation to those bodies. Minister.
That wider context is important in terms of our considerations, and I'm grateful to Ross Gear for the amendment to probe those matters, and I look forward to further discussion with him ahead of stage 3 on the points raised, and I thank the convener for your patience in allowing that intervention. Thank you.
Thank you. I call Pam Duncan-Glancy to wind up and press or withdraw Amendment 172. Ms Duncan-Glancy.
Thank you, convener. I intend to press, let me just get the exact number of the amendments so that I don't get them confused, 172, because I don't accept the Minister's concern around it being too prescriptive about the need to explain at the very least why a membership of the Council has been extended. And in particular, the Minister's comments on the changing requirements, for example, around AI, to me underpin the need to keep checking. It doesn't suggest that we would check and get rid. It suggests we would just sense check and make sure that all of the representation on the council reflects need and demand across the sector. So on that basis, I will move 172, but I'm prepared to hold the government's agreement in account ahead of stage 3 on the representation on the council in other amendments. So, for example, on Amendment 173, 174, 176, and so on. Happy.
Just to be clear, 174 is not one of the amendments that I have stated that would want to consider ahead of stage 3. 173, 175, 176, 177, 178, 179 and 180 are.
Thank you, and I welcome the Minister's clarification on that point. In that case, I will press 174 when it comes to it. But in the meantime, I am prepared to work with the government. I made it clear that I think the council must have representation from students, from trade unions across the different bodies, and I hope that the Minister will help deliver an amendment to that effect at stage 3, and so I won't press those at this time. So, to be clear, Convener, Amendment 171, I don't intend to move at this point.
To be agreed to. Are we all... Sorry, I thought you were pressing 172.
No, sorry, you're correct. I am pressing 172.
Yeah.
My screen's frozen and I'm trying to fix it.
Yep, no, that's fine. The question is that Amendment 172 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? No. We're not agreed, there'll be a division. Those in favour of Amendment 172? Thank you. And those against? Thank you. The result of the vote on Amendment 172 is yes 2, no 8. Amendment 172 is therefore not agreed to. I call Amendment 173 in the... My understanding is no.
Okay.
So if we've just agreed that amendment, we have effectively agreed Section 14. Okay. John Mason had this question to the Deputy Presiding Officer last week, so we're happy. I just want to double check. Yep, that's okay. I call Amendment 173 in the name of Pam Duncan-Glancy, already debated with Amendment 172. Pam Duncan-Glancy to move or not move? I call Amendment 174 in the name of Pam Duncan-Glancy, already debated with Amendment 172. Pam Duncan-Glancy to move or not move?
Move.
The question is that Amendment 174 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? No. We are not agreed. There will be a division. Those in favour of Amendment 174? Thank you. And those against? Thank you. The result of the vote on Amendment 174 is yes 1, no 9. Amendment 174 is therefore not agreed to. I call Amendment 175 in the name of Daniel Johnson, already debated with Amendment 172. Pam Duncan-Glancy to move or not move?
Move.
The question is that Amendment 175 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? No. We are not agreed. There will be a division. Those in favour of Amendment 175? Thank you. And those against? Thank you. The result of the vote on Amendment 175 is yes 1, no 9. Amendment 175 is therefore not agreed to. I call Amendment 176 in the name of Pam Duncan-Glancy, already debated with Amendment 172. Pam Duncan-Glancy to move or not move?
Not moved.
I call Amendment 177 in the name of Pam Duncan-Glancy, already debated with Amendment 172. Pam Duncan-Glancy to move or not move?
Not moved.
I call Amendment 178 in the name of Ross Greer, already debated with Amendment 172. Ross Greer to move or not move?
Not moved.
I call Amendment 179 in the name of Ross Greer, already debated with Amendment 172. Ross Greer to move or not move?
Not moved.
I call Amendment 180 in the name of Miles Briggs, already debated with Amendment 172. Miles Briggs to move or not move?
With the Minister's commitment for further conversation at stage 3, not moved.
The question is that Section 15 be agreed to. Are we all agreed?
Yes.
We are agreed. I call Amendment 36 in the name of Paul McLennan, already debated with Amendment 172. Paul McLennan to move or not move?
Moved, Convener.
The question is that Amendment 36 be agreed to. Are we all agreed?
Yes.
We are agreed. The question is that Section 16 be agreed to. Are we all agreed?
Yes.
We are agreed. We move on, and I call Amendment 181 in the name of Daniel Johnson, grouped with amendments as shown in the groupings. I point out that if Amendment 181 is agreed to, I cannot call Amendments 182, 37, 18, 183, 184, 185, 186, 187, 188, 189, 190, 191 and 192 due to preemption. Pam Duncan-Glancy to move Amendment 181 and speak to all amendments in the group. Ms Duncan-Glancy.
Thank you, Convener, and I move Amendment 181 in the name of my colleague Daniel Johnson. Amendment 181 replaces the Apprenticeship Committee in the bill with an Industry Skills Board, with representatives from levy-paying businesses, SMEs, colleges, independent training providers and trade unions. The Skills Board will be led by a senior figure from industry and will have a defined role in apprenticeship standards using the SAB Terms of Reference as a starting point. It would strengthen employer input to and endorsement of the strategic direction of apprenticeships, work-based learning pathways, ensuring that supporting apprenticeship system meets the needs of industry. It would ensure the alignment of apprenticeships with economic growth and job opportunities. It would set and maintain the guiding principles for the core requirement of apprenticeship frameworks to achieve a competent, highly skilled and flexible workforce. It would inform and make recommendations on the priorities for development and continuous improvement activities, including in the area of equalities. It would provide advice on relevant matters affecting employers and on emerging policy which is likely to impact on the strategic direction of apprenticeships, for example, apprenticeship levies. It would act as a custodian for approved apprenticeship frameworks on behalf of industry, and it would be ambassadors for apprenticeships with other businesses and young people. It would also make an annual assessment of skills gaps as well in order to assess annual modern apprenticeship demand and, crucially, make binding recommendations on grant allocations on the basis of those assessments. I'll now move on to 3 amendments in this group in my name. 183 ensures the committee would include small and micro businesses. 185 would add provision to ensure someone doing an apprenticeship college course or college course are represented on it. And 193 would require a report within a year by government that sets out what support should be provided to enable persons undertaking a course of education or training who are not in a paid sabbatical role to become a member of the Council or a committee of the Council, which other amendments set out should be represented. I think it's clear that asking people to take on such roles is a level of responsibility, and it's important that people are supported to do so. Finally, Convener, if I can speak to Amendment 186 in Monica Lennon's name. Amendment 186 makes clear that the Council must include trade and industry representation. It is important to ensure that these bodies, which represent professions such as the electrotechnical sector, where safety is of the highest priority, are included as trade and industry representatives in the bill. Without involvement of those recognised bodies connected to the electrical technical apprenticeships, there is a significant danger that any changes made to safety and technical operations could be overlooked, which may lead to potential dangers throughout a young person's apprenticeship. Bodies such as the Scottish Joint Industry Board for the Electrical Industry in Scotland, which includes representation for employers, Select, and the Industry Trade Union, Unite, would be the ideal representative bodies to ensure that those undertaking the electrical installation apprenticeship programme are protected going forward. And I hope these amendments can meet with support from across committee. Thank you.
Thank you. I call Miles Briggs to speak to Amendment 182 and other amendments in the group. Mr Briggs.
Thank you, Convener. And these amendments, which I will speak to both in my name and Stephen Kerr's, really go to the heart of where Scottish Conservatives do have concern over us not believing the bill currently reflects adequately enough the voice of industry and business. So amendments 182, 184, 187, 188 and 189, this set of amendments provide for a voice for business to be placed central to the development partnerships and draws on the wealth of talent and business voices who want to be involved in our apprenticeship systems and committee. Amendment 184 adds a requirement that the apprenticeship committee must include members who represent the interests of businesses in relevant industries, along with other individuals the Scottish Funding Council consider appropriate as well. This ensures, I believe, that the committee will have an industry-focused representative and representation while giving the Council flexibility to include additional expertise. Amendments 187, 188 and 189 ensure that employer perspectives are considered in shaping the committee's membership, alongside ensuring the Scottish Funding Council directly consider including people who represent the interests of businesses and relevant industries, as well as delivering for a geographical balanced employer representation, which hasn't really been discussed at length during the committee work or this bill, but making sure that we don't see a committee dominated by particular parts of the country. Moving on to Amendments 190, 192 and 194. And I'm speaking to these in Stephen Kerr's name. These amendments go to the core of whether this bill will create a credible, accountable and employer-led apprenticeship system, or whether it will simply replace one layer of bureaucracy with another. We should view this group of amendments as one of the most important in the entire bill, because it concerns the institutional architecture that will determine whether Scotland's apprenticeship system succeeds or fails in meeting the needs of learners, employers and the wider Scottish economy. The bill proposes the creation of committees and boards that will advise the Council on apprenticeships and skills, but as drafted, the bill leaves critical questions as so far unanswered. It does not guarantee that the people who understand apprenticeships best, the employers, practitioners and industry representatives, will have a meaningful influence over decision making, nor does it ensure that their advice carries weight, visibility and accountability. Too much is left to the discretion of ministers and the Council, and too little is embedded in statute. My colleague Stephen Kerr's amendments are designed to correct that weakness and to ensure that the governance structures has the strength, legitimacy and transparency that a modern skills system requires. And Amendment 190 requires that the committees and boards established under the bill must be composed in a way that reflects the real economy. This is fundamental. If a body is charged with advising on apprenticeships, then it must not be dominated by bureaucratic or academic voices at the expense of the employers who actually create apprenticeships. Scotland has for many years benefited from the Scottish Apprenticeship Advisory Board, which I think we all agree and acknowledge, which brought direct employer insight into the system. The model should not be weakened. Amendment 190 ensures that committees are not tokenistic but generally representative of industries and depend on apprenticeships depend on the apprenticeship system for their future workforce. Amendment 192 introduces a critical element to the Apprenticeship Committee, transparency. Under the bill as introduced, committees and boards may operate entirely out of sight with no obligation for their advice to be published, shared or even explained. That is not good governance in any way, and it's not good enough for a system as important as our apprenticeship systems. This amendment therefore requires that the advice provided by these committees must be transparent and that the Council must set out how it will respond to that advice. This is essential for accountability. If the Council chooses not to follow the advice of committees, it must explain why it has not. If it accepts that advice, learners, employers and providers should be able to see the rationale behind that decision making. Amendment 194 builds on this by ensuring that these committees and boards have a clear statutory purpose and defined responsibilities rather than vague consultative roles. We have repeatedly, as have others, made the point that advisory structures are only effective when they are going to be empowered, and without a statutory mandate, committees risk being sidelined or used selectively, consulted when convenient and ignored when not. And Amendment 194 ensures that the advice of these committees must be sought, considered and responded to. It moves the system from discretionary model to a principled one, where employer and industry insight is not an optional extra, but a structural requirement. And taken together, these amendments do something vital. They stop Scotland's apprenticeship governance being dragged back into a centralised bureaucratic model, and instead embed the principle that apprenticeship policy must be shaped by those who understand apprenticeships best. These amendments are the difference between a system that listens and a system that merely hears, between employer-led governance and an institution-led governance, between a skills system that responds to the economy and one that expects the economy to respond to it. Convener, if the Scottish Government is serious about improving productivity, reducing skills shortages and expanding high-quality apprenticeships, then this bill must empower employers, industry and practitioners, not sideline them. So Amendments 190, 192, 194 do exactly that. For these reasons, I'd invite colleagues to support these amendments in the name of my colleague, Stephen Kerr.
Thank you. I call Willie Rennie to speak to Amendment 37 and other amendments in the group. Mr Rennie.
By Amendment 37, what it does is it introduces a provision for the chair of the Funding Council's Apprenticeship Committee should be an employer or someone who represents the views and interests of employers. I've set out the arguments previously in previous groups about the role of employers in this new system. We know there is anxiety amongst employers about the abolition of SAB and about the transfer to a single source of funding from SDS. This would help to build confidence amongst employers that their voice is valued and heard. It would make sure that their unique expertise and insight is brought into the system as the policy is developed. So I would encourage members to support Amendment 37.
Thank you. I call Bill Kidd, speak to Amendment 18 and other amendments in the group. Mr Kidd.
Thank you very much, Convener. I'm going to make this as sharp as a pokey stick so that we don't sit here all day. And my Amendment 18 requires the SFC to have regard to the desirability of including certain persons when appointing members of the Apprenticeship Committee. And these persons are employers of Scottish apprentices or their representatives, representatives of colleges and universities, training providers or their representatives, and representatives of any trade union representing the interests of Scottish apprentices. We heard a lot at stage one from stakeholders about the need for the new committee to be representative of the skills and experience needed to carry out its proposed powers and functions under this bill. My amendment does not restrict the SFC. That would be inappropriate and counter to the independent public appointments process, but it sets a clear expectation that these groups mentioned will be represented on the new committee. It is clearly important to members that this new apprenticeship committee contains a wide range and depth of expertise for the SFC to draw on, and so I hope members can support my amendment, which achieves that in a way which I think is more flexible and less restrictive than some of the other approaches in the group. Thank you.
Thank you. I call the Minister.
Convener, and first of all, I am pleased to support Bill Kidd's Amendment 18, which responds to requests made by trade unions and SAP. The Council is required to have regard to the desirability of appointing the types of persons set out by Bill Kidd should this amendment pass, and Bill Kidd's amendment rightly identifies employers, colleges and universities, training providers and trade unions represented.
Apologies, Minister, that was my fault. I should have called Ross Greer first, who's speaking on behalf of Lorna Slater, Amendment 191 and other amendments in the group. I scored it out incorrectly, so Ross Greer. Apologies, Minister.
Thanks, Convener. And Minister, you'll be glad to hear this is very brief, because Amendment 191 in Lorna Slater's name just changes may to must. It does it in Section 17, subsection 4, so the effect of that is requiring ministers to issue guidance to the Council regarding the composition of the Apprenticeship Committee and its functions, so not leaving open the possibility that ministers don't issue that guidance. Hopefully, may to must is straightforward and agreeable to committee members. Thank you.
Thank you. And apologies again, Minister. Back to you.
Thank you, Convener, and with the Convener's permission, I'll just continue from where I finished. So Bill Kidd's amendment rightly identifies employers, colleges, university training providers and trade unions representing the interests of apprentices as having a strong interest in the work of the Apprenticeship Committee. I agree with him, and I would welcome a strong representation on the committee from these groups. In the same vein, I'm happy to support Miles Briggs's Amendment 188, which effectively expands the scope of desirability considerations by the Council to include people who represent the interests of businesses in relevant industries. His Amendment 189 covers similar ground to his Amendment 188, and I hope he might see that it is now not needed. Miles Briggs' Amendment 187 requires the SFC to consult persons who appear to them to represent the interests of businesses in relevant industries when appointing members of the Apprenticeship Committee. I think this emphasis on consultation is helpful, and I support this amendment, but I may wish to tidy up the framing at stage 3, if he's agreeable to that. Whilst Amendment 182 in the name of Miles Briggs is not strictly needed because the Apprenticeship Committee can consult and collaborate under the same duties and powers as the SFC where appropriate, this Amendment 182 emphasises the importance of the views of local authorities in shaping apprenticeship delivery, which I agree with, and therefore I'm happy to support it. Lorna Slater's Amendment 191, as moved by Ross Greer, changes ministers' power to give the SFC guidance on the operation of the Apprenticeship Committee into a duty. It is absolutely our intention to issue guidance to the SFC on this, so I'm happy to support this amendment also. This amendment, I hope, will give comfort in respect of members' concerns over who should be a member of the Apprenticeship Committee, because ministers could and will issue guidance to the committee on this issue. For example, the Scottish ministers could specify that over half of the members have to be employers or employer representative organisations and insist on there being representation of other groups. There are a number of amendments in this group which aim to specify that particular types of people should be members of the Apprenticeship Committee. Pam Duncan-Glancy's Amendment 183 requires at least 2 members, at least 1 member from a body that represents the interests of small and micro businesses, and at least 1 member that is an employer of a sector where a majority of businesses engaged in the sector are micro businesses. And Miles Briggs's 184 requires 1 or more members to represent the interests of businesses in relevant industries. Pam Duncan-Glancy's Amendment 185 requires 1 Scottish apprentice or work-based learner and 1 college student. And Monica Lennon's Amendment 186 would require at least 1 member who is a trade and industry representative. These are all of themselves reasonable suggestions, but it might not be helpful to set out rigidly on the face of primary legislation in the way they envisage. I would like to consider whether we need to say anything more in the bill about types of member for Stage 3 beyond what is in Bill Kidd's Amendment 18, and I will take on board all the types of representatives that members have sought to be included in their respective amendments and consider them ahead of Stage 3. Turning to Amendment 181 in the name of Daniel Johnson, as moved by Pam Duncan-Glancy, which would remove the Apprenticeship Committee and substitute it with provision for an Industry Skills Board. The Apprenticeship Committee is capable of delivering the requirements that are set out by Daniel Johnson's Amendment 181, and I prefer the approach set out originally in the bill, and therefore I cannot support this amendment and urge other members of the committee to reject it. Willie Rennie's Amendment 37, as he set out, seeks to ensure that the chair of the Apprenticeship Committee is an employer or represents the views and interests of employers. I share his concern that the Apprenticeship Committee must reflect and consider the needs of employers. However, I wonder if there's a better way of achieving the same aim. It is important that the Apprenticeship Committee is chaired by a member of the SFC, which Amendment 37 would remove. I think that the Apprenticeship Committee should be chaired by a member of the SFC for effective governance of the committee and to make sure that the committee has a powerful voice in the SFC board. However, the chair of the committee must have the right skills and experience, and that means ensuring that there are members of the council who have the skills and experience that Willie Rennie has set out and can therefore be asked to chair the committee effectively. There will be further appointments made by the SFC in 2026, and the Scottish Government will ensure that the skills and experience Willie Rennie is looking for are required through that process, which I think is the most appropriate way forward. But I would be happy to discuss all of this with Willie Rennie ahead of Stage 3, together with the discussion that I've given and undertaken to have around his proposed Amendment 24, because it's in the same wider area of consideration. Moving to Stephen Kerr's Amendment 190, which, as Miles Briggs set out on his behalf, would require the Apprenticeship Committee to have at least 20 members and for a majority of the committee members to be employer or industry representatives. There's a balance to be struck in terms of the size of this or any committee. Too few members and it does not have sufficient variety of skills and experience and views. Too many members and it is costly and hard to manage, even with regard to simple things like finding mutually convenient dates for meetings. So I think it would be unhelpful to set a specific number of members on the face of the bill when we haven't accumulated to date the experience of the committee operating. The SFC needs to engage stakeholders, including employers and workforce representatives, on the design of the committee and whether it should have subcommittees to support it as well. And I think it is therefore premature to set the size or composition of the committee in primary legislation as Amendment 190 envisages, and I cannot therefore support this amendment. Stephen Kerr's Amendment 192 requires the Apprenticeship Committee to report to the Scottish Parliament on how employer views have informed its decisions and recommendations. The Scottish Ministers will give the SFC guidance on the committee's functions, and this guidance can set out what, if anything, the Apprenticeship Committee needs to publish and when. Reports from the committee are best dealt with administratively, especially given the statutory duty on the SFC itself to provide an annual report which includes the work of its committees. In terms of governance, it would be inappropriate for a committee of the SFC to report directly to the Scottish Parliament. That is the role for the SFC to report to Scottish ministers, the Parliament and publicly, and therefore I cannot support this Amendment 192 either. It is not fully clear to me what exactly Pam Duncan Clancy's Amendment 193 is seeking to achieve, although I appreciated what she said to it earlier. It appears to be about endorsing that learners have the support they need to be a member of the Council. It would be financial support, it could be financial support rather, but Council members are remunerated and can claim expenses. So it's not obvious that learners would need something additional beyond what the SFC would be required to provide to make reasonable adjustments or otherwise to support a member with a protected characteristic. I do not consider this amendment necessary, but I will undertake to ensure that we communicate to the SFC our expectations about support for Council members, including aspects like training. This bill forms part of our work to simplify the funding body landscape to be more efficient and achieve better outcomes, and I fully support the need for regional skills planning and an appropriate response to that in terms of provision. But I cannot support Stephen Kerr's Amendment 194 as this would result in a plethora of regional skills boards with associated costs. It is unclear how these boards would interact with the apprenticeship and skills committees with whom they are more likely to come into conflict with their overlapping roles. It would also give a specific function to the SFC which currently sits with SDS. So I cannot support this amendment. In summary, Convener, I ask members to vote for Bill Kidd's Amendment 18, Miles Briggs Amendment 182, 187 and 188 in the name and 188 and Lorna Slater's Amendment 191. In light of my commitment to look again at the issues raised in their amendments, I ask Pam Duncan Clancy not to press her amendments 183 or 185 and Miles Briggs not to press his amendment 184 and Monica Lennon not to press her amendment 186 or other members not to press it on her behalf. If they do, I encourage members to vote against these amendments that I've listed. I hope that Pam Duncan Clancy, on behalf of Daniel Johnson, will now not press Amendment 181. If they do, I encourage members to vote against it, and I hope that my undertaking on board appointments will persuade Willie Rennie not to press his Amendment 37, but if he does, I encourage members to vote against it. And I asked Miles Briggs, on behalf of Stephen Kerr, not to press Amendments 190, 192 and 194. If he does, I encourage members to vote against them. And finally, I hope I've assured Pam Duncan Clancy that I share the aims behind her Amendment 193 and that she will now not press that amendment. But if she does, I encourage members to vote against it. Thank you, Convener.
Thank you. I remind members that if Amendment 181 is agreed to, I cannot call Amendments 182, 37, 18, 183, 184, 185, 186, 187, 188, 189, 190, 191 and 192 due to preemption, and I call on Pam Duncan Clancy to wind up and press or withdraw Amendment 181. Ms Duncan Clancy.
Thank you, Convener. And on the basis of commitments from the Government on membership of the committees, I won't move Amendments 183 or 185 in my name. I will, though, however, move Amendment 181 in... Actually, no, I won't move it. Sorry, I won't move 181. I will undertake for... on behalf of Daniel Johnson, to engage with the Government in the hope that agreement can be reached about the importance of that particular committee or board as Daniel Johnson and I have envisaged it. And so I won't move Amendment 181 in the name of Daniel Johnson.
Pam Duncan Clancy seeks to withdraw Amendment 181 in the name of Daniel Johnson. Does any member object? No. No member objects. Amendment 181 is withdrawn. I call Amendment 182 in the name of Miles Briggs, already debated with Amendment 181. Miles Briggs to move or not move? Move. The question is that Amendment 182 be agreed to. Are we all agreed?
Yes.
I call Amendment 37 in the name of Willie Rennie, already debated with Amendment 181. Willie Rennie to move or not move?
Not move.
I call Amendment 18 in the name of Bill Kidd, already debated with Amendment 181. Bill Kidd to move or not move? The question is that Amendment 18 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. I call Amendment 183 in the name of Pam Duncan Clancy, already debated with Amendment 181. Pam Duncan Clancy to move or not move?
Not moved.
I call Amendment 184 in the name of Miles Briggs, already debated with Amendment 181. Miles Briggs to move or not move?
Not moved.
I call Amendment 185 in the name of Pam Duncan Clancy, already debated with Amendment 181. Pam Duncan Clancy to move or not move?
Not moved.
I call Amendment 186 in the name of Monica Lennon, already debated with Amendment 181. Pam Duncan-Glancy to move or not move?
Not moved.
I call Amendment 187 in the name of Miles Briggs, already debated with Amendment 181. Miles Briggs to move or not move?
Moved.
The question is that Amendment 187 be agreed to. Are we all agreed?
Yes.
I call Amendment 188 in the name of Miles Briggs, already debated with Amendment 181. Miles Briggs to move or not move?
Moved.
The question is that Amendment 188 be agreed to. Are we all agreed?
Yes.
I call Amendment 189 in the name of Miles Briggs, already debated with Amendment 181. Miles Briggs to move or not move?
Moved.
The question is that Amendment 189 be agreed to. Are we all agreed?
Yes.
We are not agreed. There will be a division. Those in favour of Amendment 189? Thank you. And those against? Thank you. The result of the vote on Amendment 189 is yes 3, no 7. Amendment 189 is therefore not agreed to. I call Amendment 190 in the name of Stephen Kerr, already debated with Amendment 181. Miles Briggs to move or not move?
Moved.
The question is that Amendment 190 be agreed to. Are we all agreed?
No.
We are not agreed. There will be a division. Those in favour of Amendment 190? Thank you. Those against? And those abstaining? Yeah. I don't have a vote for Mr Greer.
Sorry, on 190 that was a no, so apologies.
Okay.
He snoozed, he lose.
Okay. I'm just going to run that vote again.
Apologies.
No, that's fine. So the question is that Amendment 190 be agreed to. We are not agreed. Those in favour of Amendment 190? And those against?
No, I'm against.
Okay. Thank you. The result of the vote on Amendment 190 is yes 2, no 8. Amendment 190 is not agreed to. I call Amendment 191 in the name of Lorna Slater, already debated with Amendment 181. Ross Greer to move or not move?
Move.
The question is that Amendment 191 be agreed to. Are we all agreed?
Yes.
We are agreed. I call Amendment 192 in the name of Stephen Kerr, already debated with Amendment 181. Miles Briggs to move or not move?
Not moved.
Not moved.
Not moved.
Okay, the question is that Section 17 be agreed to. Are we all agreed?
Yes.
That is agreed. I call Amendment 193 in the name of Pam Duncan-Glancy, already debated with Amendment 181. Pam Duncan-Glancy to move or not move?
Moved.
The question is that Amendment 193 be agreed to. Are we all agreed?
No.
We're not agreed. There will be a division. Those in favour of Amendment 193? Thank you. And those against?
That's my deposit gone.
Thank you. The result of the vote on Amendment 193 is yes 1, no 9. Amendment 193 is not agreed to. I call Amendment 194 in the name of Stephen Kerr, already debated with Amendment 181. Miles Briggs to move or not move?
Not moved.
I call Amendment 195 in the name of Pam Duncan-Glancy, already debated with Amendment 127. Pam Duncan-Glancy to move or not move?
Not moved.
I call Amendment 196 in the name of Daniel Johnson, already debated with Amendment 124. Pam Duncan-Glancy to move or not move?
Move.
The question is that Amendment 196 be agreed to. Are we all agreed?
No.
We're not agreed. There will be a division. Those in favour of Amendment 196? Thank you. And those against? 196? Thank you. The result of the vote on Amendment 196 is yes 1, no 9. Amendment 196 is therefore not agreed to. I call Amendment 197 in the name of Miles Briggs, already debated with Amendment 124. Miles Briggs to move or not move?
Moved.
The question is that Amendment 197 be agreed to. Are we all agreed?
Yes.
We are agreed. I call Amendment 198 in the name of Pam Duncan-Glancy, already debated with Amendment 124. Pam Duncan-Glancy to move or not move?
Moved.
The question is that Amendment 198 be agreed to. Are we all agreed?
No.
We're not agreed. There will be a division. Those in favour of Amendment 198? Thank you. And those against? Thank you. The result of the vote on Amendment 198 is yes 4, no 6. Amendment 198 is therefore not agreed to. I call Amendment 199 in the name of Pam Duncan-Glancy, already debated with Amendment 124. Pam Duncan-Glancy to move or not move?
Moved.
The question is that Amendment 199 be agreed to. Are we all agreed?
No.
We're not agreed. There will be a division. Those in favour of Amendment 199? Thank you. And those against? Thank you. The result of the vote on Amendment 199 is yes 3, no 7. Amendment 199 is not agreed to. I call Amendment 200 in the name of Pam Duncan-Glancy, already debated with Amendment 124. Pam Duncan-Glancy to move or not move?
Not moved.
I call Amendment 201 in the name of Pam Duncan-Glancy, already debated with Amendment 124. Pam Duncan-Glancy to move or not move?
Move.
The question is that Amendment 201 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? No. We're not agreed. There will be a division. Those in favour of Amendment 201? Thank you. And those against? Thank you. The result of the vote on Amendment 201 is yes 3, no 7. Amendment 201 is therefore not agreed to. I call Amendment 202 in the name of Miles Briggs, already debated with Amendment 124. Miles Briggs to move or not move?
Not move.
Thank you. We then move on, and I call Amendment 19 in the name of the Minister, grouped with Amendments 20, 21, 22, 203, 204 and 205. Minister to move Amendment 19 and speak to all amendments in the group. Minister.
Thank you, Convener. My amendments 19, 20 and 21 and 22 all make minor technical amendments to the Bill's provision for the designation process for private providers of further and higher education. The Bill will enable regulations to be introduced that will set out in detail the process for applying to become a designated private provider, as well as, through these amendments, the process for the approval of particular courses of education offered by those providers. This will ensure effective oversight of the courses that are to attract public funding. I therefore cannot support Miles Briggs's Amendment 203, which seeks to remove from the Bill the power to designate private providers, meaning students and education providers would be unable to benefit from the transparency offered by the new process that will be set out in regulations. It is possible that Amendment 203 is motivated by, with respect to misunderstanding about the privatisation of tertiary education. Some stakeholders have misunderstood Part 3 of the Bill as allowing private providers to be funded in the same way as fundable bodies. This is not the case. A number of students already undertake further and higher education courses run by education providers that are not post-16 bodies in terms of the 2005 Act, because those providers have historically offered a type of provision that was not commonly delivered by public funded colleges or universities, mainly in creative courses such as dance, musical theatre and drama. So there are good reasons why private providers exist in the sector, and the purpose of Part 3 of the Bill is to make the process for supporting students at those providers more transparent. On Amendments 204 and 205, while I support the intention behind these, both of these amendments, 204 and 205, raise operational difficulties and risk placing a very high administrative burden on colleges that we would want to avoid. I would like to consider further what can be done by amendment at stage 3 in relation to reporting more generally, and I thank Pam Duncan-Glancy for bringing these amendments forward, and we'd be happy to hear more from her to help inform our thinking, and would invite her not to move them at this time. If she does, I would ask members to vote against them. Likewise, I would urge members to vote against Miles Briggs's amendments 203, but to vote for my amendments 19 and 22, and I move Amendment 19. Thank you, Convener.
Thank you. I call Miles Briggs to speak to Amendment 203 and other amendments in the group. Mr Briggs.
Thank you, Convener. This is a probing amendment, as the Minister's touched upon, because concerns have been expressed by organisations such as the EIS on the impact of the modification of the Education Scotland Act 1980, which you'll be aware of, which would allow private providers to be designated for the purpose of paying student allowances and loans. I think the clarification the Minister has provided is helpful. I don't intend, therefore, to move 203 with the assurance he's given committee.
And that's you finished?
That's
finished. I just want to check. I call on Pam Duncan-Glancy to speak to Amendment 204 and other amendments in the group. Ms Duncan-Glancy.
Thank you, Convener. Amendment 204 in my name sets out the Ministers must direct the body administering funds for student support in FE, must ensure that advice is provided in person if requested by the person applying for it, is reasonably available at the place of further education, is adequately resourced, has regard to the needs of learners at risk of exclusion, including low-income students, student carers, disabled learners and rural and island learners, And if a new body is to administer funds, they must build on the key unique selling points of the way that it is currently provided within further education. The amendment further requires that the body report annually to ministers on whether the provision of advice meet these conditions and what action, if any, the body or person intends to take to ensure the advice about the provisions of funds. And it's really just to recognise the difference in the way that student support funds have been given to different students studying different courses across the piece, and that college students have traditionally been able to access it in a bit of a different way to university students. And colleges and students of colleges are keen to preserve the good bits of that rather than lose it in the transition. Amendment 205 require the SFC and SAS to, within 12 months of the provisions in Part 1 and Part 3 coming into force, jointly prepare a report on the provision of maintenance support. This report should compare core maintenance support entitlements across further education, higher education, national training programmes and apprenticeships, assess the distributional impacts on protected groups and socio-economic disadvantage, including by SIMD, quintile and care experience status, and set out options for improving equity and adequacy, including indicative costs and implementation considerations. The report should be published and laid before the Parliament, and the Government should respond to it. The purpose, or the effect really of this amendment and the purpose of it is to look at the maintenance system in the round and create a mechanism to review that. The bill proposes to change tertiary education in various ways, and I think that in doing so it's an appropriate juncture to also consider the sorts of maintenance support that are available and is available to students attending or undertaking any post-16 education. And so Amendment 205 really is in that space to see, to test the Government's intentions, I guess, or commitment to consider whether or not maintenance support needs to be reviewed. And on that, I conclude my remarks.
Thank you. I call the Minister to wind up. Minister.
Thank you. Just briefly, if it's of assistance to Pam Duncan-Glancy, I just want to clarify that we are not changing the way that colleges handle FE student support through this bill, and so I hope that gives reassurance. Otherwise, Convener, I just refer to my opening remarks and have nothing further to add.
Thank you. The question is that Amendment 19 be agreed to. Are we all agreed?
Yes.
We are agreed. I call Amendment 20 in the name of the Minister, already debated with Amendment 19. Minister, to move formally.
Moved.
The question is that Amendment 20 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. We are agreed. I call Amendment 21 in the name of the Minister, already debated with Amendment 19. Minister, to move formally.
Moved.
The question is that Amendment 21 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. I call Amendment 22 in the name of the Minister, already debated with Amendment 19. Minister, to move formally.
Moved.
The question is that Amendment 22 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. We are agreed. I call Amendment 203 in the name of Miles Briggs, already debated with Amendment 19. Miles Briggs, to move or not move?
Not move.
The question is that Section 18 be agreed to. Are we all agreed?
Yes.
We are. Thank you. I call Amendment 204 in the name of Pam Duncan-Glancy, already debated with Amendment 19. Pam Duncan-Glancy, to move or not move?
Not moved.
The question is that Section 19 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? The question is that Section 20 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes, we are. Good. I call Amendment 205 in the name of Pam Duncan-Glancy, already debated with Amendment 19. Pam Duncan-Glancy, to move or not move?
Moved.
The question is that Amendment 205 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? No. We're not agreed. There will be a division. Those in favour of Amendment 205? Thank you. And those against? Thank you. The result of the vote on Amendment 205 is yes 1, no 9. Amendment 205 is therefore not agreed to. We just move on now, and I call Amendment 206 in the name of Pam Duncan-Glancy in a group of its own. Pam Duncan-Glancy to move Amendment 206 and speak to Amendment 206.
Thank you, Convener. I'll be brief. The Amendment 206 requires the SFC to carry out a review of the Act. It states that it should include the experience of learners in terms of access to information and support about different learner options, the experience of employers who provide or are providing work-based learning, their participation and progression and completion outcomes in respect of different socio-economic groups or other characteristics that the Council reasonably consider to be underrepresented, and any changes in uptake of fundable further education, higher education, work-based learning and Scottish apprenticeships broken down by region and sector, so that we can have a real understanding of the impact of the Act. Thank you.
And can you move Amendment 206, please?
I can move Amendment 206.
Thank you. I call the Minister.
Thanks, Convener, and to Pam Duncan-Glancy. I'll keep it brief. The suggestion of post-legislative scrutiny in Amendment 206 would continue that, and I'm very supportive of it in principle, but I have several issues with the framing of it. In terms of what I'm supportive of what sort of engagement it would continue, but I have some issues with the framing of it, as I said. Firstly, it would not normally be for a public body to conduct a review, but ministers may, of course, involve relevant bodies in reviewing legislation where they have responsibilities and duties for implementation. And in this case, SFC would indeed be relevant for that purpose. But to cover all aspects that Pam Duncan-Glancy is looking for would likely involve other public bodies, such as colleges. Secondly, the review period is too short. It's not just that an annual review would be overly burdensome. It's also that having that kick in only a year after the bill being enforced means, as the amendment envisages, that first and maybe even the first few reviews would not actually have much material to go on. However, I do understand and appreciate the appetite for post-legislative scrutiny and respect that very much. So, as part of many of the amendments that we've discussed during the Stage 2 process, I cannot support it as drafted just now, but I would like to consider how and what we can do in terms of a review ahead of Stage 3. And I therefore ask Pam Duncan-Glancy not to press her Amendment 206, but should she do so, ask members to vote against it.
Thank you. I call Pam Duncan-Glancy to wind up and press her withdraw Amendment 206. Ms Duncan-Glancy.
Thank you, Convener, and given the commitment from the Government to look at progressing this at Stage 3, but changing it, I'm happy not to move it at this point.
Thank you. Pam Duncan-Glancy seeks to withdraw Amendment 206. Does any member object? No member objects. Amendment 206 is withdrawn. The question is that sections 21 and 22 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. We are agreed. I call Amendment 23 in the name of the Minister, already debated with Amendment 127. Minister to move formally.
Moved.
The question is that Amendment 23 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. We are agreed. The question is that Section 23 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. We are agreed. I call Amendment 207 in the name of Pam Duncan-Glancy, already debated with Amendment 38. Pam Duncan-Glancy to move or not move?
Not move.
I call Amendment 208 in the name of Pam Duncan-Glancy, already debated with Amendment 124. Pam Duncan-Glancy to move or not move?
Not moved.
I call Amendment 209 in the name of Pam Duncan-Glancy, already debated with Amendment 124. Pam Duncan-Glancy to move or not move?
Not moved.
I call Amendment 211 in the name of Pam Duncan-Glancy, already debated with Amendment 124. Pam Duncan-Glancy to move or not move?
Not moved.
I call Amendment 210 in the name of Pam Duncan-Glancy, already debated with Amendment 124. Pam Duncan-Glancy to move or not move?
Not moved.
The question is that Section 24 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. The question is that Section 25 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. The question is that the long title be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. We are. That concludes our consideration of the bill at Stage 2. I'd like to thank the Minister and his supporting officials for their attendance today, and I now formally close this meeting. Thank you.